Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Hello, very good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Apologies for the delay to the Wednesday action here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Henry Deacon in the company of Matthew Edgar for you here on Pluto TV to see how this Group A is going to culminate. We're going to kick off with a meeting between Keegan Brown and John Worsley. The state of play overnight going into today's action sees Derek Coulson top of the table. He has a 4-point lead from Andreas Harrison. 18 to the name of DC going into today's action. Andreas Harrison finds himself on 14. Steve West is on 12 points. And then the bottom three, John Worsley, Keegan Brown and Tony Sorensen. Worsley and Brown both on 6 points. The winner of this game will move on to 8. Whilst Tony Sorensen at the bottom of the table finds himself on 4 points. The top player come the end of the day's action will qualify directly through to Saturday night's finals, which will also be live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. So 15 games for your entertainment on this Wednesday morning, and we are going to head into the afternoon now because of the slight delay. Matthew Edgar has been sat poised for the last hour to get things started, and it is Derek Coulson who has a 4-point lead at the top of the table, and for him it is all about preserving it.
Game on.
Yeah, and he'll be starting his proceedings up against Andreas Harrison, who is his closest rival at the moment. So, although we've been waiting for play
57.
to start, it could be over very early in regards to the qualification position.
Well, these two almost look as if, to not nick your phrase, somewhat sitting ducks in
55.
terms of the league table. They're going to need a very good day, and they're going to need Steve Ware to have a very poor day to get themselves into Group B on Thursday and Friday. So it's highly likely these two are going to meet 5 times over the
81.
course of the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just delving over both players' stats for the last couple of days.
121.
Looking at John Worsley's numbers, average of 88.96. Really good numbers, but yet still finds himself with just 3 wins to his name.
120.
Even when it comes to the doubling stats, 33%, 24 hits from 72 attempts. But the problem he's had is he's not had anywhere near as many attempts as anybody else in front of him in the league table. As far as
50.
Keegan Brown's concerned, well, it's been a case of a little bit of inconsistency over the first couple of days. 83.11 is his running average of the group so far, but his doubling has severely let him down. Just 25% over the course of the first 2 days' worth of action in a group, which altogether has seen the doubling figures of all 6 players at around 33%. In fact, the group total average so far, 88.02. So it's been a really good group so far. We're looking forward to another good day, and Keegan Brown is looking to get the first leg of the day. He's not going to find it over 147, but he has got time on his side. But that's also been a bit of a problem for him, those bounces out of the board.
So Henry Deacon inhales with breath and catches up after that stat attack for you.
60.
The biggest takeaway from it
Requires
all was the
70.
fact that everyone played better yesterday than they did on day number 1, other than Andreas Harrison. Which will probably be why Andreas Harrison lost his position at the top of the table.
shown
Keegan
the
Brown
first
wasted no
leg.
time, though,
Keegan
getting his
Brown.
opening leg on the board today. But as Henry Deacon did say, if you
Second leg
caught
is John
that
to throw
amongst that
first.
whirlwind of words, that these two are going to be playing in the bottom half of the table and most likely going to be in Group C.
I feel like we've got all bases covered now, Matt.
55.
We've covered the whole day, I think, in that one leg.
Should we go and get some lunch? Well, that's the table as
40.
things stand as of now. So just confirmation of that on your screen. Derek Coulson, 4 points clear of Andreas Harrison, 18 points in comparison to 14. Derek Coulson with a stronger legs difference. Steve West will need a big day. Probably have to complete the card to stand any chance of winning the group, but he's in a healthy position
99.
to get himself in Group B. Not just is he 4 points clear at the moment of Keegan Brown, but look how healthy his legs difference is. In fact, there's a chasm in terms of legs difference. Steve West on plus 11, the two below, minus 13,
96.
minus 12 in terms of that particular metric and in terms of points. Whereas Tony Sorensen, well, he's had a little bit of a baptism of fire so far this week, just a 2 wins so far. He's played some handy stuff. Yesterday, averaged just under 86 for the session, but has only been able to pick up a couple of wins as John Worsley finds the day's first maximum.
139.
I've worked it out.
167.
Earlier on today, before we came live, we was doing a bullseye challenge, and as part of that, I tasked Henry Deacon with commentating on it like a horse racing commentator, and I forgot to tell you to stop.
97.
I think I'm on Free Sports this week.
137. Johnny
Well,
requires
was he
70.
leaving himself on 70 after 12, looking to square this game up at 1 apiece?
It was a 70 finish that Keegan Brown took in the opening leg. He said completely different routes.
Game
but the
shown
same
the
outcome.
second leg. John Worsley.
1 leg apiece, 170 finish apiece. The encouraging thing
Third
here,
leg
though,
gets
for both
Keegan to throw
players
first.
will be the doubling.
Game.
Both of them getting a settler, hitting it with the opening dart. But that's been the problem for Keegan Brown. It's been happening far too often. We've seen him change darts, points,
39.
different bits to try and compensate for this, but it seems to be an issue that is really plaguing Keegan. He's had a few darts already today, and he's been really loose. And it's hard enough anyway trying to play in this group.
140.
But trying to play in this group with 2 darts, it's a bit of an uphill task.
Well, Keegan, probably to his own admission, hasn't been the hardest
60.
penetrator of a dart to the board. And so he's perhaps more
95.
suspect of more bounce outs than perhaps most other players in this building, because they do almost dangle into the board.
40.
I think John Worsley was probably someone who will be a little bit hard done by yesterday when you look at the numbers and statistics, because he actually played really well.
58.
Well, would you like a delve into the numbers and statistics?
I feel like regardless of my answer, we're going to get them anyway, so I might as well just go with yes.
100% correct. 89.33 average yesterday, doubling at 35%.
That's good.
In most other Group A's, he's probably going to be top of the table with those kinds of numbers.
60.
But this ain't a normal Group A.
Steve West, one of the most successful players in Super Series history. Andreas Harrison
76.
won pretty much the lot. Derek Colson is going the direction of someone you feel is going to be a series champion. All three of those players at the top end of this table and in this group is why John Worsley is finding himself in the bottom half of the table despite
78.
playing good darts. But what he can be identified as is a danger. And why today is everyone leaving 70?
Well, third leg we've seen
57.
today, and the third
Well,
leg that
requires
somebody has
70.
left this particular finish.
And it'll be a different way again.
Keegan, you require 132.
This should be starting on the bullseye here for Keegan Brown. Well, he's found the bullseye. Another one alongside that. He's had plenty of practice on this target today.
89. John, you
Well,
require
potential
40.
break chance here for Worsley. Looking at Tots for 2-1 lead.
Game
Gets
John
the
the
tops,
third
gets
leg.
the break.
John Worsley.
And the Womble has full control of this contest.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Interesting to see John Worsley today in a dart shirt. Something that Paul Nicholson's been talking about quite regularly this week. John Worsley, someone who designed and
100.
manufactured many dart shirts over the years, has been choosing to play just in a polo shirt, but he's actually playing in just a standard manufacturer's shirt here,
95.
rather than something very personalised, which, again, quite unusual.
Well, let's have a look and see the angle of entry of both players. As you can see, John Worsley's darts sit down in the board. And so that first dart underneath the treble is absolutely perfect for him, where Keegan's
45.
darts, when they go in, kick up to attention. And I don't know what's going on here, but both players have found something quite funny. It's probably not funny at all, but they found it hilarious. Well, even Owen Binks is being allowed a laugh. Anyway, let's have a look at Keegan's darts. You see, they kick up and they bounce out half the time.
120.
It's like 5 darts a game.
I mean, it's getting to a point where this is a major issue. And how do you think is there a way he can go about best rectifying it?
140.
I mean, in the short term, you could have a look at the points to see if there's anything you can do there. I've seen him rough up the points. I've seen him change the points, but maybe just a little
41.
bit of grip on those may be a short-term solution. But the problem's not going to be the equipment, is it? The problem's going to be coming in the delivery.
58.
Because actually, if you have a look at the way that he holds the dart, he holds it with his thumb and his index finger, and it's not the firmest grip that you'll see as someone with a dart, and that is why the darts go in at the angle they go in, and they
83.
don't go in
Got
maybe
number
as firm as
158.
others.
Well, he's got a full movement with the arm, deep drawback, full extension. But there is a lot of wrist, so he should really be thrown with the arm, but ends up thrown with the wrist.
92.
So what that does is engage the fingers. And ideally, you don't want to be throwing the dart with the fingers. You want to be using muscle.
64. John number
Muscle can
66.
develop. Fingers can't.
Game Sean the fourth leg.
Worsley
John
moves
Worsley.
too clear in this contest, leading 3-1, needing just one more
Fifth
for
leg, it's
victory
Keegan to
in
throw
our
first.
opening
Game.
match of the day.
I mean, let's call it how it is. The likelihood here is that John
100.
Worsley is facing too much of an uphill task, and the chances are he's going to be in Group C alongside Keegan Brown and Tony Sorensen. But I think that's possibly the best option for John Worsley this week. When you look at the Group C and the Group
85.
B, you put Worsley in Group C, and you make him quite a strong candidate to get out of that situation.
31.
Yeah, Group C, Robbie Long, Scott Baker, Barry Copeland. Group B, the two Kevs,
98.
Edwards and Painter, and Tommy Lishman, who's had a superb year in 2025 on the Challenge Tour circuit, and pretty much everywhere he's gone.
134.
We'll be with you for 2 double session days tomorrow and Friday. It'll be myself and Matthew Edgar calling every dart home for the remainder of the week.
140.
Tomorrow 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Friday 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock. And then we'll be with you for the finals on Saturday night. The action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. And you can, I was going to say, listen to
93.
every dart. You can watch every dart here on Pluto TV as Brown looks to bring a leg back, trailing 3-1 in this contest. But Worsley, we're going to find another trouble to leave himself in a position to win this contest.
100.
Finds a 1,
He can
leaves
have
himself on a
143.
2-darter. Brown looking at 143 to save it. Can't be done now. Worsley 78 to win this opening contest.
93. John number 1,
They won the first leg, but that's kind of been as good as it's got for Keegan Brown in this game. And so Worsley's got 2 in his hand, a double 12 to complete a 4-1 victory in the opening match of the day. He
John
gets the better of
Worsley.
Keegan Brown and moves on to 8 points in the group. He's going to need to probably complete the card and hope for a collapse elsewhere if he's going to get into Group B, but he's off to the perfect start anyway. That's the tail of the tape. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. In fact, just 1 dart missed at a double throughout the entirety of the contest. Next up, Steve West takes on Keegan Brown. No, he doesn't.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley got the better of Keegan Brown by 4 legs to 1. On the stage now, as you can see, Derek Coulson and Andreas Harrison, not Steve West and Keegan Brown. Game number 2 of our session, and it features the top 2 in the group. Derek Coulson has a 4-point lead over Andreas overnight, going into Wednesday's action in Portsmouth. Andreas realistically needs to win this game to harbour any kind of hope of winning this group. A victory for Coulson, and he could pretty much have this group in the palm of his hand. He'd be 6 points clear with just 8 points left to play for. And he is a man who just has this dependability, reliability, Derek Coulson. And every single time he turns up here,
45.
you expect him to play at a base level. And he has played at that base level, average of 92 over the course of 2 days.
But interestingly, on Monday, it was a bit of a pumping. Andreas Harrison, 4-1 victory over Derek Coulson. And on Tuesday, it was also a bit of a pumping, but it was Derek Coulson doing it, 4-1 over Andreas Harrison. So when you look at the head-to-head on aggregate, it's level. However, yesterday, Derek Coulson was exceptional, where Andreas Harrison was inconsistent. And it's a inconsistent start against an exceptional start here in this one. The benefit for Andreas Harrison, though, is he's not got the throw. But what's concerning is he's not even keeping these straight here in the early part of this game.
You require 81.
And it makes you wonder, what does that little delay do? Because players get ready for a certain time. I think what it tells us is Derek Coulson is always ready.
Derek Coulson.
What a start to the game for Coulson. An 11 darter. That lays down a marker. That is him saying, I'm going to win this group. I'm going through to Saturday, and Thursday and Friday, I'm going to play the 2p machines and have an ice cream.
100.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've played on the World Championship stage. You haven't spent long on the World Championship stage, but you have played on the World Championship stage.
I was there, yes.
Yes, you've been there 3 times. 4 times you include Lakeside.
Briefly.
Very briefly. In fact, the tournament organisers were glad you were there because they could speed up their scheduling. However, you've played in big tournaments and you would have been in a position where maybe you were like 2nd, 3rd game on in a session and the first game maybe would have overran more than you want to. So as a player, how would you prepare for the eventuality of I could be out at this time, but actually it ends up being slightly later than advertised?
It can catch you both ways round. I remember playing in the World Championships, first game on, Luke Humphries, Adam Hunt. At the time, you thought that was a very 50-50 game. Luke Humphries played exceptional. It was when he was just about to burst through onto the scene. Ended up winning it 3-0 in a matter of about 20-odd minutes. It was a flash game. And I thought I'd have about an hour, maybe over. And actually, it was like, oh, you're on. He's like, I'm on? Like, I weren't ready for that. And you sort of give yourself a window and a time of which you can get your preparations done. And delays can be massive. It can be very, very tricky if you're ready for a time slot and then you're playing actually an hour later. Because then you go, well, do I carry on with my routines? Do I take a sit down?
And I just get the sense as well, because of how early this session starts, I think possibly, and you could tell me if I'm completely wrong here, that a delay in a session that starts as early as this could actually cause more of an effect than maybe a delay to a session that starts later on in the day.
Yeah, it'll affect people differently. I'm going to make a prediction now that actually in our next game, Steve West against Tony Sorensen, I think we see a much better version of Steve West
58.
at this time of day than we've seen at any other day.
Well, that's just about crept in the single 16.
36.
And tops and tens don't correlate, but Coulson all the way back on 1-3-4 to try and break the Harrison throw and open up a 2-0 lead in this game. On 15 left.
58.
So Harrison, full level game, look at a double 10.
Game shot on the
And
second
it goes,
leg.
and we are
Andreas
back
Harrison.
at a level game, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't look too pleased with things at the moment, does he, Andreas Harrison? And sometimes the results don't make you
100.
happy. It's how you feel. It's not what's going on. It's not the scores. It's not the league table. If you don't feel right about things, it doesn't matter what the league table's telling you, but that's going to make him feel a lot better,
180.
surely. 3 well-thrown darts there by Andreas Harrison, not just because where they landed, but how they was delivered.
Andreas Harrison has the look of a man that's realised we're delayed, and so we're going to have to cancel my booking at
180.
Casa Brazil for lunch. Now, Andreas Harrison is trying for the perfect leg, but
123.
dart number 6 goes a-begging.
Henry, you know there is always time for Casa Brazil.
Always time for Casa Brazil. In fact, so much time, even on my day off, we went for a Casa Brazil. Beautiful, wasn't it, last night? Particularly
94.
the dessert. Oh,
Derek,
the
you're
dessert was off the
161.
chart.
All 7 helpings of it.
161 could be on the menu for Coulson. Not to be on this occasion, and so Harrison will come
78.
back looking at
Andreas Harrison,
104 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. And it could actually follow a similar pattern to the first match where Keegan Brown won the first leg on throw and then didn't win another leg ever since. And Harrison, with that
Game
104
shot on the
finish,
third leg.
has put himself 2-1
Andreas
to the good.
Harrison.
The first big moment of Wednesday.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
This is the development of the game of Andreas Harrison over the years. When he started slow, he'd continue slow. As a lot of people, you start off, it doesn't work, they
60.
don't know how to make the adjustments, they're not mentally strong enough to deal with essentially that really poor start that Andreas Harrison had. He would have been very much struggling
40.
to keep pace down the dog and duck with the leg that he put in leg 1. And then all of a sudden now, he's got his average up to the mid-80s. And it's continuing to climb. He's getting better. He's getting stronger.
140.
Doesn't let a slow start affect him. Doesn't panic. This is why I've used the word for Andreas Harrison many times. I'm going to use it again today because you wasn't here. So I think you need to hear it. Ready.
58.
He's ready. Ready to take the next step. Ready to go and complete the goals of which he wants, which is to be a PDC tour card holder. And he is going to be in
100.
the lineup at the end of the year, making his debut in the World Championship at the Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, and I think time maybe for the rhetoric to change for Andreas. I think he'd be the first to admit that he's had oodles of ability for a long time.
59.
But maybe what he's achieved here and maybe on the Nordic and Baltic Tour the last couple of years, there could be a sense that maybe there was a little bit of underachievement, not qualifying for World Championship yet. That last couple of years we thought maybe it was a guarantee to
140.
get a tour card. But he's ticked off the first one off the bucket list. That's the World Championship. Now looking for that tour card come January, that elusive tour card come January.
58. Andreas Harrison, 161.
Plenty of time. Can take his pick. Chooses double 18. For a 3-1 lead, and he does. He opens a bit of daylight here in this crucial
Andreas
clash.
Harrison.
Derek Coulson could have won this game and then really
Looks like
opened
it's
the
Derek
gap
to
on
throw
the
first.
table.
Game on.
That would have pretty much ended the day very early. Andreas Harrison says, I'm having none of it. And also, just for the record, oodles is actually a word in the Oxford Dictionary.
93.
I thought it was more of a slang sort of term, but no, it's actually a noun that means a very great number of something. You probably knew that already, didn't you?
Well,
100.
why would I say it and not know the meaning of it?
No, but the slang, I thought you probably knew it was actually a word.
I think you're overthinking this.
134.
Well, Derek Coulson, to all intents and purposes, has almost turned up as if this is a Six Nations match one leg, get out of here. Because since winning that leg with an 11 darter, you haven't seen really anything of him
60.
since. But he has been given an opening in this leg on throw. And he's got time from this 274 to force Harrison to serve it out in the next.
58.
And just because you had a little bit of a delay to proceed doesn't mean we're not going to have our usual features. The tungsten teaser will be back after a little bit of a break.
100.
Coulson just switching it on again like a tap on and off.
140.
He's in a stronger position than you realise here as well, Derek Coulson. You're looking at him 3-1 down. He only needs the one break. This short format
100.
really does
Derek,
throw
you're
in some twists and
76.
turns. He's only had one dart or a double.
Game's
Derek
on the
Coulson
fifth
make that
leg.
two,
Derek Coulson.
and he's hit them both. Both of them
Six leg is
combination
on Andreas
finishes.
to
An
throw
81
first.
in leg
Game
number
on.
1 for the 11 darter, and then that one a 15 darter, 76 combination. You feel like this is where Andreas Harrison needs to get the job done.
21.
But breaking down again there, very wayward, and all three of those darts thrown very, very differently. A shake of the head in the back. Very rare do you see emotion from Andreas Harrison.
140.
He's just looking a little bit fidgety.
How quickly these short races can change.
140.
That's quality. That is, because there wasn't delivered well those first three darts. It affected him. You could see the demeanour changing at the back of the stage, and then to come back and
60.
to build on that first dart the way he did, that was exceptional. Lovely grouping. Can he do it again? Because that's the similar sort of dart.
60.
Well, a game which Andreas Harrison dominated for large swathes of is now being brought back to more of an even kill
140.
term, and Coulson has left himself on a finish after 9.
140. Derek, you're like
And
161.
so 161 to take us all the way. And if he doesn't get it, Coulson is, Harrison even is left on 140.
Just working out a little bit of mathematics. So it's about what you left. It's about trying to leave what
137.
you want, and he
Andreas,
somehow
you're like
squeezed that
140.
one in to the top corner of the treble 20. Andreas Harrison needs a couple of those. He's not going to get the first one. He can leave it handy.
100.
Andreas
Derek, you're
Harrison's
like
fate here could be in the hands of
24.
Derek Coulson. He's not missed a dart at a double yet in this game. 2 from 2. 3 from
Game's on the
3.
sixth leg. Derek Coulson.
Big breaker throw. Big leg. This is match number 2.
7 from final
And we're
leg. It's
talking
Derek to
about
throw
a
first.
very important leg. Derek Coulson wins this, and he's got the darts. He will open up a sizable gap from Andreas Harrison in second position.
You get the sense that this is a group on or group over type moment,
85.
and both players will know exactly that. Coulson knows he can, to all intents and purposes, get it wrapped up right here, right now.
45.
That treble. Oh, wow, what a shot from Derek Coulson. One treble was painful enough with Andreas Harrison coming up dry. He's forcing Andreas Harrison to need a maximum in this game.
81.
Last one just keeps him encouraged, but damage done here. Coulson about 100 points ahead.
Well, if there's one thing that we know that Derek Coulson's got, that is real grit, and he's had to use every single bit of that, as well as a little bit of quality. I suppose the one thing we'd have to say, yes, he had the 11 darts from the opening leg, but even though he had a little bit of a dip, the average hasn't really wavered far from the 94-95 mark, and coupled up with his impeccable finishing stats, it was always going to give him a chance. And now Harrison's had that second dip in the game. It is all about DC, and he may well get this group close to wrapped up within the space of the next 6 darts.
Where has Andreas Harrison gone?
58.
He played so well to go 3-1 up, and then it looks like we've got an Andreas Harrison imposter.
Well, DC leads itself
95. Derek, you're 120.
on 128, and with 6 darts from here to put himself 6 points clear at the top of the group, with just 8 points left to play for. He could get it wrapped up in 3. But he couldn't find the second jumper that he would have wanted to have given him a dart at double 4. But next best prize, 32 for the match.
Could be 100% here, Derek Coulson. Yet to miss a dart at a double. Andreas Harrison is going to be there.
Derek, you require 32.
Just in case, tapping him on the shoulder.
So double 16 to move on to 18 points in the group. And Derek Coulson is oh so close to wrapping up this Group A. He gets the bit of Andreas Harrison 4-3. The Swedes opened up a 3-1 lead in the contest, but have a look at that, 4 for 4 the doubles. Average is under 95. That's kind of Derek Coulson-esque. Coming up after the break, Game 3, Sorensen West.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to Pluto TV. It's the Modus Super Series, and before the break we saw Derek Coulson come back from 3-1 behind to get the better of Andreas Harrison 4-3, averaged under 95, 4 from 4.
It's Tony
It
to
came
throw
to his doubling.
first.
He's moved on to 20.6 clear of Andreas. 8 points left to play for in this group, so it does look like it's going to be a DC win in this Group A. Next up for us, Steve West. I mean, really, his job is to
81.
solidify his position in Group B. If he picks up a couple of victories today, you'd get the sense that he will very much do so. He takes on
96.
Tony Sorensen, who's picked up just a couple of wins from the opening 2 days' worth of play here in this Group A. He's played some decent stuff at times, running average
100.
so far of 82.1 in this group. Has had 79 opportunities at a double, taken 23 of them. That equates to a
123.
doubles percentage of 29. So he's been competitive in this group, but you just get the sense maybe being Group C, he might just get a tad bit more joy.
100.
I think Tony Sorensen's that classic case of a Super Series debutant who comes here, struggles a little bit at first, shows a few interesting signs
134.
across Group A, plays moments, but doesn't quite put them all together. And then when they get to a Group C campaign, really does start to rival those top 2 positions. I've seen this guy
100. Steve,
at first hand when he's in
148.
full flow. He can be a very dangerous player. That was the assessment before a dart was thrown on Monday morning. I wouldn't be
82.
surprised come
Ronnie, you require
Friday
120.
afternoon/evening if we're talking about Tony Sorensen as being somebody who's a game away, a win away from potentially qualifying through to Saturday.
Well, he's not going to take out the 120. West
60.
looking at
Steve,
66
166.
to take the opening leg of a break. Double top.
Game shot
No
on the
mistake.
first leg. Steve
But
West.
these two have been the pair that have had to wait the longest to get their day underway.
Second leg is Steve to throw
11
first. Game on.
05 was when this match got underway in the United Kingdom. 12:05 Central European time, and take your guess elsewhere in the world.
123.
But they've had to wait the longest to get underway. This game perhaps delayed by the best part of an hour because of a technical hitch in the
100.
system. Good old technology.
$59. $100. $44.
Getting much more consistent, Tony Sorensen. We have seen at times of the week the action just break
140.
down, just start to throw the body into it, looking much more stable already in the early part of today, and that will come down to confidence. That will come down to feeling more comfortable on the stage.
65.
And he's had some time on the stage.
Running
We
a
mentioned
requirement
already that the
161.
players this morning took part in a bullseye challenge. They might be looking at the bullseye. He'd probably feel quite good if he did, because during that bullseye
81.
challenge, he was exceptional. So good that our referee there, Owen Binks, suggested that if he did take part in that challenge on a regular basis, that originally he said he'd be the world
40.
number 1, but then he
Johnny, you
downgraded it a
require
bit, didn't he?
80.
So he started as world number 1, then it was top 3. Good job we weren't on the stage much longer. It'd have been top 16. Double 8 though, for a level game.
72. Steve, you require
Well, the bullseye
107.
required if he can find a couple of trebles here, Steve West. He's unable to find the fish.
Steve West on a
105.
170
Johnny,
still
require
haunts me.
8.
I'll come back to that in a moment, because Sorensen looking to break the throw here of Steve West and level up in the early goings of this match. Well, that's a long way off. Steve West's face was very much like
No
mine
score.
there.
Steve, you require 65.
One of shock, one of surprise, and all of a sudden, Steve West, who was never really in this leg, isn't going to get a double.
Well, he got given a reprieve and he was
25.
unable
Johnny
to
require
make
8.
best use of it. So Sorensen double 4 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Now down for 2s.
Game's on the second
And
leg.
this
Tony
game
Sorensen.
is back at an equal kilter. Break apiece, 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Has Tony Sorensen got a QR code at the bottom of his shirt?
Yes, I forgot to scan it. I wanted to know what it took you to yesterday.
Right, I'm going to get my phone out.
I tried that.
It doesn't work, does it?
59.
So he's got a QR code on the bottom of his shirt and it doesn't work.
$100.
I was unable to get there in time.
Steve West, 170. I was going to tell you why it
100.
wanted me, didn't I?
Go on, you do that whilst I look at a QR code.
UK Open, about 2018, round 5. Steve West took 2 170 finishes.
140.
against me. Painful.
It's all about you, Matt.
So you can't scan that QR code, but I bet we've got a QR code you could.
Ah, yes, yes, we do. That QR code, which I've just scanned, and it does take you
60.
to www.dartshop.tv, and that is where you can get your tickets for Saturday night's finals night here at the Modus
60.
Super Series. There you go. That is how you get here on a Saturday night. You scan the QR code
55.
and it takes you, there you go. I hope no notifications come up on my phone.
$81. Steve, you require 146.
Glad we did that. 146 for West to take a 2-1 lead with a breaker throw.
56.
I don't think that one will make the
Tony, you
highlight
require
reels.
101.
No, it's probably going to... Yeah, let's just move on. Pretend it never happened. Trouble 19. Anyway, you know the QR code works at least.
49. Steve, you require 90.
Now then, Bullseye had a perfect marker with the
44.
first dart on the 25.
Tony, you require 52.
Double 16. Now double 12.
40. Steve, you require 46.
I don't think that was the target he was going for. The big
Game's
numbers
on the
causing
third
problems for
leg.
Steve
Steve
West, but
West.
no problems on the doubles. And they're just symbolising exactly what we thought. When he
Fourth
wanted
leg,
the
it's
10,
Steve to
he
throw
hit the
first.
6. When he wanted the 6, he's hit the 10. But he
Game
wanted the double 9. And he found that with the last dart. Gets that breaker throw back again. But that'll be concerning for Steve. The fact that he's missing these big numbers early on.
100.
I think it's very smart, you know, the whole QR code sponsorship thing. I believe there's a football club playing in non-league that are doing it this year. And basically, it's an interactive thing.
100.
So every week, they can basically, as long as the QR code is the same, they can change their sponsor every single week. And as long as that QR code is exactly the same, you'll be put to
41.
a different website or something along them lines. Such a smart thing to do. Such a smart bit of kit.
Yeah, there's not many players, is there, that use QR codes on the shirts.
140.
I can only think of one, other than Tony Sorensen. But I reckon I know where he got the idea from.
Who is said player?
100.
Judging by the fact that you pointed to yourself, I reckon it was you.
It's a good clue, wasn't it?
It was a bit of an indicative
Six.
sign.
Off to see what indicative means. I would Google it, but I can't spell
Six.
it either, so...
Yeah, you don't want to spell that wrong. Anyway, West 200 to open up a 3-1 lead in this
Six.
game. It's been okay in patches, but I think patches
100.
probably been
Tony,
the
you require
best way of
141.
describing this performance from Steve West so far, as Sorensen looks to and misses the 141, and so West will be back for Ton
95.
to
Steve, you require
open
100.
up a 3-1 lead and to put himself to win a leg of victory in this contest. We'll look at Tops, unable to find the first, and so
60.
Tony
you
will be
require
back
46.
to square up at 2-2.
Inviting.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tony Sorensen.
Just acted, didn't it, like a basketball backboard there for
Fifth leg, it's
Tony
Tony to throw
Sorensen.
first.
In off the board,
Game.
and everything's going with breaks, which means now this best of 3 clash. Does Sorensen have any advantage due to the fact he's thrown first? Mathematically, yes.
100.
Practically. And on recent evidence, you'd suggest no.
More breaks than bones at a skateboard competition.
55.
You ever broken any bones, Henry?
100.
Do you know what? I don't think I have.
I'm not surprised. Never played sports in your life.
I have, but I was that bad.
I bet you was in goal, wasn't you?
Yep. The worst bit was I was a sub goalie for the school football team.
57.
Was you still of the generation where you got picked last, or had it already taken over where the teacher sort of divvies it up?
60.
Well, I was picked last so many times that the teacher was forced to divvy it up. Put it this way, they used to
59.
pick the wall before they picked me. The only sport I weren't picked last of the team was table tennis. Now, that was my game at school.
43.
That was my game. I was all right with a bit of old ping pong.
If only you saw the technique that Henry just demonstrated there,
40.
you'd have picked him last.
It's not decent. Just not played it in years.
What
60.
school did you go to have table tennis? Like, not happening for West, is it? Bit wayward. And when you take a look at the average, it tells you the story you need to
24.
know. This is
Tony
low
over 138.
70s for Steve West. Somewhere you very rarely see him dwell.
And the early signs were seemingly
98.
positive for Steve. But it's just been a few tight darts here or there, and that's kind of come back to cost him. I mean, you look at the first 4 legs, he could have won this game 4-0, could find himself 3-2 down in the contest.
84.
There's a
Tony
bit of
require
frustration as well
40.
there for Steve West, just throwing those last couple of darts away. Maybe feels this leg's gone. But Sorensen, the missed doubles are adding up. And it's not been a clean
Game
week,
shot on the
but
fifth leg.
Steve West won't
Tony
get any more
Sorensen.
opportunities here. Sorensen is a leg away from another
Fifth leg,
victory.
it's Steve to throw
He's been
first.
picking up a couple of wins. He's been looking dangerous at times. He doesn't look too settled with his game. But he's cashing in on an underperforming Steve West.
60.
And that was loopy, wasn't it? The arm went up, the shoulder went up, which means the dart goes down.
Well, Tony Sorensen could fall into the
60.
trap of ignorance being bliss, because as the least experienced player in this group, the fact that he doesn't know what it's like to deal with delays or anything like that, and he's probably just still
100.
trying to embrace the stage opportunity, he might be the one that's least perturbed by the situation this morning.
And let's just take a moment to reflect on
100.
this, how this is going to affect potentially the group. If Tony Sorensen wins this, Steve West is going to be even further away from Derek Coulson after the opening round of fixtures. The 2 chasers to Coulson at the
85.
top of the table, Andreas Harrison, who lost, Steve West, who could lose. This could be perfect for Derek Coulson. This could all be over by the second
100.
lap of fixtures.
If Derek Coulson doesn't win this group from this position, I won't turn up tomorrow. That is how
100.
convinced I am that he will win this group.
This is where everyone's hoping for an Andreas Harrison win.
Maxi for Tony.
180.
Just the tonic.
156.
But is West going to find the 156 to save the game? No, he's not. And so Sorensen will return for 61 to
40.
complete
Tony
a
require
4-2
61.
victory. It would be a bit of an upset, bit of a surprise. But Sorensen looking at double 18, can't be found, and so
116.
he didn't quite clean up the 156 last time, so still finding himself on a free darter to save the contest, but finds the treble to give himself a dart at tops. And when you have a dart, you have hope. Steve West still has hopes in this game. The 116 goes, and we go all the way to a last leg decider.
Touch of quality, touch of class there for Steve West. Throws a big haymaker blow, but look at this from Sorensen.
140.
In this situation, when it's been close, when he's been close to winning a match, it's broken down for him on Monday and Tuesday. He stumbled over the line in the games of which he has won.
85.
They was thrown well. They was thrown with purpose, with venom. This is improvement. Steve West looks up, doesn't like what he sees.
140.
It's as if to say, oh, here we go again. Because he has run into quite a lot of big performances in this situation.
60.
Well, he must be thinking, just when I thought I'd brought myself back into the game, suddenly Sorensen goes cruising off into the sunset once more.
60.
Even himself on a finish after 9. West, regardless of what he does here, can't leave himself on a finish. So 6 for the Dane to pick up, be a third win of the week.
$100.
Beautiful last. Should be getting at least a dart here for the match, Tony Sorensen. But West is going to leave himself handy. He leaves himself on the 116. The finish is just taken out in the previous leg.
25 leaves 36.
Go,
And that is Tony
shut up,
Sorensen's third win
Tony
of the
Sorensen.
week. And for Steve West, a defeat which pretty much ends his hopes of winning Group A. It's just about settling into a position in Group B now. Sorensen a 4-3 winner. Coming up after the break, it is John Worsley, Derek Coulson. Well, you couldn't have an international tournament without a host nation, could you? And England's team will be revealed on Saturday. And I can tell you, it is worth tuning in to see because it's going to be a big, big name in action for the English pair. So you'll have to join us on Saturday night from 7:30 p.m. I've just hit myself with a pen. That's what's happened. I've hit myself with a pen and got scared. Anyway, that announcement, 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night here on Pluto TV. I've absolutely lost the plot. But as I say, you want to tune in because there will be a big name in action. These two are Welsh, so they won't be representing
First leg,
England.
it's John to throw first. Game.
Worsley and Coulson. In fact, Derek Coulson can find himself a little bit unlucky that he hasn't been picked for the Wales team, really, couldn't he? When you consider what he's done so far this year at the Super Series, at the seniors, I suppose it's very difficult to dislodge a team which have made a final.
So much choice as well, isn't there, here at the Super Series for the Welsh team?
91.
Because you've got the likes of Justin Smith and all the others in action.
60.
Well, Coulson may not be in International Pairs Week, but he may be in Saturday night. Getting closer and closer game by game. It could be done very early.
180. 128. 100.
John Worsley, though, has shown some really good, interesting signs, hasn't he? Played well yesterday, played well in that opening game. If anybody was to really lay it up right now to Derek Coulson, I would put John Worsley at the front of the queue, because the other thing is, his campaign is done in regards to qualification. He'll be playing with a little bit more freedom. He'll just be enjoying his game. He might not enjoy this.
105. John to require 50.
Coulson misses the ball. I can guarantee Worsley's not going to go for the ball here with 50 in hand. Double top. Fairly assured in his opening game against Keegan Brown. In fact, missed just the one dart at double. He's missed more darts in this leg than he did in the entirety of that match. And so it presents Coulson with an opportunity. Now, he didn't miss a dart at all at the outer ring in his game against Andreas Harrison. He was 4 from 4, but now he's missed a handful of darts to win this opening leg. And so Worsley presented with another chance. Chance which he isn't going to pass by. And the Womble takes the lead, 1-0.
Second leg is Derek to throw first. Game.
Well, this is game 4 of the session. 4 more rounds still to complete on this Wednesday lunchtime. 11:30 in the UK, 12:30 Central European time.
121.
So far today, we've seen John Worsley beat Keegan Brown by 4 legs to 1. Derek Coulson beat Andreas Harrison 4-3 from 3-1 behind. And in our previous game, Tony Sorensen beat Steve West in a last leg decider.
$89.
Well, Derek Coulson did have to come back, didn't he, in the opening game, 3-1 down to Harrison, and then really produce the goods.
100.
We'll be hoping it's a little bit more simple here in regards to the pattern of play.
Oh. 85.
Now that is just about stayed in. The point has to touch, and touch it did. That goes back to the infamous "Is it in" video.
100.
The "It's in" the Barry Vampire video, which got trending on TikTok once upon a time. See, I was big on TikTok before even knowing Binks was.
134. Derek, you're 121.
Not always something to be proud of. Trending right now on TikTok is dogs eating dinner.
Okay, let's move on. Coulson hoping not to make a dog's dinner of this. Oh, he's not going to make a dog's dinner of it at all, because he's going to pin the 1-2-1, and he's going to square this game up at one apiece. And leg by leg, he is inching ever closer to winning this Group A.
$100. $57. $100.
What worries me is you've been watching them videos.
For about 45 minutes, yeah. Ducks dancing.
Why?
I don't know.
180.
Just TikTok. That's what you do.
Coulson with his second max of the match, averaging 102 to the best part so far.
89.
And the thing with Derek Coulson is he's become so accustomed to piling in big numbers that when he does average 102, the way that he plays, the way he goes about his business, it just feels like a little bit of a stroll, really.
97.
And even when Derek Coulson gets it wrong, he gets it right. He's himself on a finish, but after going down with the first dart, could have left himself in a position of precariety.
Derek, you're 167.
So 167 for the break at a 2-1 lead. Found the 1-2-1 in the previous leg. He's not going to back it up with 167.
94. John require 131.
So 131 for Worsley to move 2-1 in front of this contest. Can't be done now. And so Coulson looking at 73 for the break and to put himself halfway towards victory in this
91.
contest.
Derek, you require 73.
One dart, a double top,
33.
bends the wire.
Johnny
Rare
require
miss.
40.
Rare opportunity passes by Derek Coulson.
Game shot the third leg. John Worsley. Fourth leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Well, Worsley moves 2-1 to the good in this contest. Just gives Andreas Harrison the smallest glimmer of hope.
140.
If Worsley can win this game, Harrison takes on Tony Sorensen in game 6. If he can win that, then the gap would be reduced to 4 points, but still six points left to play for. And of course, Harrison has already played that game against Coulson and lost that game against Coulson. It'd be a long way back, but it'd give him the faintest of faint hopes of winning this Group A.
What would you compare it to in the likelihood of a common day in life?
Oh, good question.
I would compare it to
6th.
you've gone to do the ironing, you've plugged it all in, it's got hot, the ironing board's collapsed but the iron's landed on your foot, and then you've not moved in time, you burnt yourself. That's the likelihood of it happening.
140.
He's already taken out the 1-2-1 once in this
6.
game. Can he find 1-2-1
Derek, you
twice?
require 121.
Well, it's not going, and the opportunity's gone, but he has got a couple of visits to square this game up
81.
at 2-2. And I just wonder, Matt, whether this is going to be one of those days where we're going to see a lot of games go 4-2, 4-3, because the evidence so far has been that every game has been tight.
140.
Welcome to this
Derek, you
group.
require
That's what the
40.
quality of the players that are here, because they're so evenly matched. Well, Colson was perfect on the doubles in the opening game. Didn't miss a single
No
dart on the
score.
double. He's now 1
John, you
from 8.
require 141.
Become a little bit more harder work for him. Worsley cannot find the 1-4-1, so Coulson will be back for double top to square this game up at 2 apiece.
91.
And to once again
Derek,
put
you
him within a
require
couple of
40.
legs of the hill, and that hill being the checkered flag in Group A. Double 10. Does it
30.
go? And you could hear the
Johnny
cry
require
of
50.
no. You don't usually get much by way of expression from Derek Coulson, but he knows that that was a big opportunity he's let pass by. And Worsley looking at tops of 3-1. Now double 10 for a 2-leg lead. And importantly, he
40.
would have had the darts to have won it in the next leg.
Derek, you
What a
require
difference
10.
a game makes, eh? Derek Colson gone from perfect to now whatever you want to describe this as. But the summary is it's not very good.
Not very good despite averaging 92. That is just the levels that Derek Coulson has. Most other players would be saying 92.
No score.
Yeah, he's playing
Johnny
all right,
require
but he has
10.
missed 12 darts at a double, presenting opportunities to Jonathan Worsley. Passing the parcel, but where does the music stop?
6.
Well, the music carries on.
Derek, you require 10.
Loads of room to the right-hand side.
Game's on the
Just
fourth
slides it
leg.
alongside
Derek
the barrel there.
Coulson.
He'll be happy that he's got the leg, but not happy in which the way it
If it
happened.
gets John to throw first, game
He
on.
is one of those very level-headed people, Derek Coulson. So much so that if he was actually playing past the parcel, which you just referenced, I reckon he'd been one of those people that just pass it along. He wouldn't have sat there holding it for ages. He'd have just played the game
100.
properly. He'd have just passed it to the next person and wait for his turn to unwrap a wrapper.
And that's the way the game should be played. Not that I've played for the best part of 20 years, but
Played it yesterday, didn't you?
57. $100.
well, that is 180 number 3 for DC. Looking to find that break again.
$100.
Very consistent, this from John Worsley, which will be very pleasing for him. Certainly as we expect that his campaign's going to be taking place in a Group C. That sort of level of consistency around the ton mark
140.
on the scoring is going to give him lots of opportunities.
$81. Derek, you require 124.
So, second ton plus checkout of the match, potentially in the offing for Coulson. Treble 18. Gives him a dart at the ball. And that would have
99.
been to have struck another
Gonna require
blow
120.
to the Chepstow ace, who's looking to climb the ladder. And that first dart sat perfectly. Just to natter one over the top. That was exactly what he's trying to do, but drifts off to the left. And so Coulson presented with 2 more opportunities to go 3-2 to the
Eric,
good.
require 25.
He's missed 14 darts and a double so far in this game. And just about squeezes that into the single number. But no
James on the
mistake about the
fifth
double
there,
eight.
Derek
And
Coulson.
maybe Derek Coulson's beginning to make his move. 14 darter, break
So
and
go
throw,
against
and now
Derek to
has
throw
the darts in
first.
his hand to complete a 4-2 victory.
Could complete the group.
Hmm.
We're on course for potentially the earliest finish I've certainly ever seen at the Super Series.
100.
Because Derek Coulson at the top could be pretty much done, and the race for Group B and C could be pretty much done in regards to Steve West being 4 points away from John Worsley with a game in hand.
140.
And let's not forget, Derek Coulson potentially is still on for the 28-point group. Which is a seldom done thing here.
140.
That would be impressive as well when you look at the quality that we've got in this group.
Well, having a look at the 28-point group people.
140.
Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman, David Evans, Shane McGurk, Scott Mitchell, Wesley Brazier, Richie Howson, and the last man to do it, Neil Duff.
140.
Well, Coulson has already had a 1-2-1 in this game. Is he going to wrap it up with a finish of similar proportions?
45. Derek, you require 121.
And he's going to get 6 darts from here because Worsley hasn't left himself on an out. A slip of the last dart means that Coulson's got a bit of a cushion to see this contest off. He'll put him 8 points clear. 8 points is all Andreas Harrison can win from this position. And, of course, Coulson would have a handier, healthier, heftier legs difference.
136.
So, 2 12s are left.
Derek, you require
Worsley on
24.
top, so there's a miss. It was a 14 darter in the previous legs. Really put his foot on the throttle when he's needed to. And it's back-to-back 14 darters and 2 apiece, which has seen Derek Coulson get the better of John Worsley 4-2. And that puts him on the cusp of winning this Group A. Coming up after the break, we have got a meeting between Steve West and Keegan Brown.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the stunning, glorious, salubrious Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We are live on Pluto TV on this Wednesday lunchtime, and it's game 5 of our
Steve
session.
To throw first. Game on.
And we are straight into the action as Steve West takes on Keegan Brown. Now, Steve West wins this game, then
85.
it looks pretty much a cut and dry deal as to who's going to make it into Group B on Thursday and Friday night after Derek
85.
Coulson has pretty much put the cap on winning Group A. 8 points clear with Andreas Harrison. Andreas has 8
100.
points left to play for. Derek would have to lose all of his remaining games. Andreas would have to win all of his remaining games and hope that somewhere along the line legs difference meets
23.
in the middle. We could have the potential of a fair few dead rubbers here, Matt.
58.
Well, that would certainly be the case, wouldn't it, if Keegan Brown is to win this game.
54.
Things can just be a little concluded, but that's not all the case here now. The changes that have been made at the Super Series mean that where you
100.
finish in the table means how much prize money you will receive, which means the players will still be battling out for places, because higher in the table you go, the more money you're going to make. And when you've made a commitment like the players have to play the full week,
158.
you want to make it pay the most amount, because it is a grueling week. You need to make sure that you're making it count.
58.
Well, particularly for part-time players, because there's things like time off work that you need to account for, annual leave, all those types of things. Hours to make up if you're out of
136. Steve, you're on
holiday
fire.
with your employer. Tops. Not to be, and so
60.
Keegan
Keegan
returning for
78.
78 to take the opening leg of this contest. 2 12s.
Game shot the
Puts in
first leg.
one to the goods.
Keegan Brown. Second leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
In terms of Keegan Brown and in terms of his year, has it been a little bit conspicuous at times? In terms of, it's been a little bit all or nothing. We've seen him make some finals and go on some deep runs on the Challenge Tour.
140.
But then we also see maybe the counter to that at times.
Yeah, and he'll be expecting a little bit more than that. He'll certainly want to be
45.
going back to the Pro Tour. Remember when he lost his card, he says, you don't quite realise what you've got until it's gone. Probably enjoying a bit of time away, but can draw inspiration
41.
from a lot of stories out there at the moment. Look at the likes of Nathan Aspinall, who dropped off the tour many years ago, went back and was better than ever. And we can bring up those sort of stories
140.
of the past. We've got probably the biggest, most recent story, that of Bradley Brooks, who last year was here, wasn't really a favourite when he came here to win a week.
140.
He's now a Pro Tour champion.
Well, I remember speaking to Bradley the first time he came here, and
140.
I just think that the year out was the best thing for him. He was just searching for a lot of things. I think he'd be the first to admit that he was lost in his game.
140.
But he came here, dropped down a level, didn't even have a good year on the Challenge Tour, but found a winning formula here, found a winning formula in the ADC, peaked at the right time, got his game in
41.
shape come the
Taking
end
a
of the year,
require,
knowing
40.
that Cusco was on the horizon, and then got his card, and the rest is history. As Brown looks for 2-10s to make it 2-0.
Game shot on the
And
second
2-0
edge.
it is to a 14
Keegan Brown.
darter. And I think the other thing as well is actually, if you look at the players that
Third
we've
against
seen
Steve
here
to
and then
try
gone on
first.
to have
Game.
success in the Pro Tour, take out Luke Littler because that is an absolute anomaly. It's actually the players that you think,
41.
it's usually the players you don't think are going to have the greatest success and you think, not quite sure, that actually end up having the best time of it. Adam Lipscomb, Bradley Brooks.
85.
We've seen other examples of players in the past that have gone on to get tour cards that you think, how are they going to get on? How are they going to develop when it comes to the
140.
Pro Tour circuit? People, for example, like Reece Griffin, didn't quite know
180.
how he was going to take to tour card life. He's qualified for a World Championship. He's had a decent
Six.
time of it. James Hull was just beginning to
55.
get better towards the end of his time as a tour card. I suppose the big surprise was Andy Barnes, wasn't it? Well, I think we all expected him to maybe do a little bit more of his tour card, maybe just beginning to show signs now.
60.
Was dominant on the WDF, was dominant in that WDF World Championship as well, just hasn't quite made that switch. But on the same aspect, let's look at the story of Shane McGurk. I think it's better sometimes when you
100.
win that title, which is still the biggest paid title away from the PDC. I think when you win that,
140.
it's best for Shane to
Require
come here at the
81.
Super Series 1 a week. He's in Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. I think that journey's one of a bit stronger rather than jumping straight onto the tour like he tried to do.
69.
But a couple of misstarts there
Steve requires 60.
for Keegan Brown. I've given Steve West a way to get into this. That was 2 break opportunities for Keegan Brown.
Game shot on the third
He will
leg.
get
Steve West.
no more.
Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
And you can understand why Shane would want to make the best use of that year as world champion. Didn't really fancy that kick up the backside that tour life would have given him. And I just wonder, the fact that he's going to Australia, he's playing a number of
100.
exhibitions. And I would make the argument, and some people might agree and some people might disagree with me with this. But I think pound for pound,
100.
he's been the best player in this building in 2025. Highest average
100.
for the series so far. In the previous Champions Week, I'm sure he qualified with, if not the highest, one of the highest averages of the series.
140.
He's won 2 weeks, played very well at the international pairs. I think the big disappointment probably was the Champions Week that he had.
171. $180. Kicking to 130.
Brown 130 to open up a 3-1 lead. Another one of them, double 5. Just underneath, and as quickly as he could have provided a moment of magic, is as quickly as he could be pegged back.
Been first to a double in every leg so far. Keegan Brown, he could have won this game 4-0.
69. Keegan, you
Steve
require
West
5.
returning the favour. 2s.
Game shot on the
The
fourth
two-leg
leg.
lead once again for
Keegan
Keegan Brown. Could have been off the stage already with the win,
Fifth leg,
which
it's
would
Steve to
have
throw first. Game on.
just kept that Group B conversation alive in regards to Steve West and John Worsley. But John Worsley's continuing to do what he does. He's playing
100.
well, but not finding the wins.
Well, Keegan Brown here, averaging the best part of a ton, 99.6 is average.
100.
John Worsley's next game is actually where he's got the throw against Steve West. If Steve West was to win that one, it's all done.
It is game over. I just want to back my point
41.
up here. Shane McGurk's the only player to have qualified for 2 Champions Weeks so far this year. Alex Small failed. Sam Spivey failed. Reece Robinson failed. Scott Campbell failed. Mervyn King failed. Jared Cole failed. Fenschke picked up a title last week. That's his first series title of the year.
66.
Coulson looking to join that list. Still not seen the likes of Peterson, Davies, Evans yet in this series. Not seen the defending champ,
42.
Jensen Walker, yet. I think one more will go back to back.
We got some real big names and big hitters that have yet
96.
to play in 2025.
Do indulge. In case you're wondering why there's a
36.
pause silence, Matthew Edgar pointed at himself. Well, at least we'd speed the running order up.
A couple of 4-0s in there.
Absolutely.
98.
As long as you have a better record than Durham, it'll be fine.
They've got to win a leg then, haven't I? Should be fine with that. The name is down.
43.
The name is down.
Steve, you require 100.
Whether they accept it, it's a different thing. Anyway, Tom for West to keep the game going. Got 6 darts from here. Went tops. Will probably persevere with dart 3. Will
20.
persevere with dart 3.
Unnecessarily aggressive and, dare I say, silly. You don't need to be going tops in that situation. And now wasted 2 darts. He's now coming back for 80, where this should be at least 3 darts at a double. That's awkward. He's had to move right away across the hockey.
Game
He's
show
got
on the
away
5th
with one
leg.
there.
Steve
That could have
West.
been game over and a win there for Keegan Brown.
6th leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game.
However, Keegan is being forced to serve it out.
$43.
And to keep with that tennis vibe, Keegan Brown doesn't want to be a sinner and then not serve it out.
140.
The bloke who won Wimbledon on Sunday, his last name was Sinner.
$43.
I take it you're not a big tennis fan.
It's not my number one sport, no.
55.
In fairness, we were having a conversation this morning about Lords and you had no idea what I was on about.
59.
Just not cricket.
I like darts cricket. That's a
96.
good game.
Any good at it?
Love it.
I mean, surely you can't be worse than that than you are at 501.
We'll find out soon, won't we?
Will we?
59.
Well, Steve West here in the position to potentially take us all the way. It'd be the 3rd game in 5 that would have gone the
80.
distance today.
$41.
And he's going to have
Steve,
plenty of
you've
time
got
here,
130.
Steve, to take us all the way to a last leg decider, which is why he decides to employ the 19s on the 130.
50.
He's just taken out the 80. And on that occasion, I'm pretty convinced he went tops. And I'm sure the way Steve West is playing this, he's going to do the same again.
60.
Especially with Keegan Brown not on a finish.
Steve, you require 80.
I believe that was the target for Steve West. But same thing. This time, shovels across to the right-hand side.
40.
Can't find the same delivery. Keegan Brown, 18 darts thrown, and he's not down to a finish. That will be what disappoints him right now.
Well, in the space of a couple of legs, his
91.
average
Steve,
has
require
gone down
40.
from 99 to 84. There's been a considerable
Yeah,
drop
he's on
in
the sixth
performance,
leg.
and Steve
Steve
West is
West.
picking up the pieces, and we go all the way to a last leg
7
decider.
from final leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So West with the darts, Brown unable to serve it out. Now Steve West has an opportunity to win the game with the darts in the hand.
55.
Nothing coming easy, is it, for Steve West? Just very uncomfortable. Maybe just in that
85.
mindset now that the group has gone. I mean, He's 10 points behind Coulson. There's nothing he can do.
Well, what he wants to do is just give himself the cast iron guarantee of Group B on Thursday and Friday night. A time slot which will be a bit more accustomed to him. A time slot I think he'll enjoy just that little bit more.
60.
However, I do say that. I just wonder as well, for players that obviously Steve now resides in Waterloo. I just wonder what the staying at home element could be like when it comes to playing the night session.
It'll be easier for getting in and out of Portsmouth, won't it? We've been to Waterloo. We know how tricky it is sometimes with the traffic. That nighttime slot are great.
Particularly in the getting in and out the car parks.
60.
Well, West looking at 112. He trailed 3-1 in this game. In fact, could be the second time today that we see a 3-1 scoreline overhauled.
112.
And it's 112 to complete that 4-3 win.
72. Keegan over 141.
So tops left, and tops is what West is going to look at to complete a 4-3 win.
Steve,
Well, he found himself 3-1 down in this contest. Keegan Brown got off to a red-hot start. But it's Steve West who was able to see the contest out. And that is a win which pretty much solidifies his position as a Group B participant on Thursday and Friday evening. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison and Tony Sorensen.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Hello, welcome back. It's the Modus Super Series, and we are watching two Scandinavian players duel it out on the live lounge stage as Andreas Harrison takes on Tony Sorensen. It's a meeting of Sweden and Denmark
it's
here
Andreas to throw
in Portsmouth.
first.
And
Game on.
this, for Andreas Harrison, a key and pivotal contest, because if he loses this game, then he will be eliminated from the Group A mix, and it would mean that everything will be sorted.
100.
Derek Coulson would have won Group A, Harrison would be pretty much in Group B, Steve West would be pretty much in Group B, John Worsley would pretty much be in Group C, and we know that Sorensen and Brown would be in Group
60.
C. So Harrison
140.
had an opportunity, didn't he, to make it a competitive race today. He led 3-1 against Derek Coulson, let that lead slip. Coulson
60.
winning in the last leg decider, was 4 from 4 on his doubles in that particular contest. He can't say that he hasn't had opportunity today.
140. 60. Andreas, you're 121.
121, it's Harrison's finish, isn't it, in this building? And he's going to start this one on the bullseye.
81.
And he's going to leave himself on tops after 12 to win this opening leg. Yes, the most famous 1-2-1 finish on this stage came from Andreas Harrison
60.
to
Andreas, you're
win a
140.
Champions Week in Series 7. It was one of the most iconic moments that we've ever seen here. Decided to bust the score. Well, decided to actually go down for the single 2 to leave double 4. Yeah, that 1-2-1 in that infamous Champions Week final that went
60.
all the
Andreas,
way
you
to a
require 8.
last leg decider. Player we beat now resides on the Pro Tour. Now Harrison doesn't need to faff around with the double 1 and isn't going to faff around with the double 1. But he's making a bit of a
105.
mess of this.
Andreas, you require 8. Game show on the first leg.
And there
Andreas
it is,
Harrison.
Sweden 1, Denmark 0, just like it
So
was
long as
on
20 to
Friday the
throw
4th of
first.
July
Game.
in the UEFA Women's European Group Stage Group C.
The irony is that Denmark will be in Group C this week. Sweden will not.
60.
And Sweden will face England on Friday, no matter what happens, whether that be in the darts or whether that be in the football. Because England do play... No, is that tomorrow night?
41.
Tomorrow night, shall I say. Sweden versus England. It's a bit bad, isn't it, that I'm covering the tournament, I get my games mixed up. Norway v
60.
Italy tonight, the first quarter-final of Women's Euro 2025. And the other quarter-final games.
140.
Sweden v England tomorrow. Spain against Switzerland on Friday. France, Germany on Saturday.
76.
That's going to be a cracker on Saturday night. Then Tuesday night, Sweden or England against Norway or Italy. And then next Wednesday night, France or Germany against Spain or Switzerland. The
60.
final Sunday week, 5 o'clock kickoff in... I don't actually know where the final is.
Cutting edge reporting from Henry
140.
Deacon.
In matter of fact, the final will take place in Basel at St. Jakob Park. Hosted a few
90.
games at Euro 2008. Hosted the 2016 Europa League finalists. Have here beat Liverpool 3-1.
100. Tony requires 75.
75 for Sorensen. To level this game up at 1 apiece. Now then.
Game
Now
show
then.
The second leg.
A cheeky
Tony
little
Sorensen.
double for the Great Dane.
Felix
And
Andreas
Tony the
to throw
Tiger.
first. Game on.
That was great. And that was greeted with a
140.
frosty reception from Andreas Harrison. Because that is a leg closer to him facing the tungsten trapdoor in this Group A.
140.
Was you still of the age where you used to get little goodies in cereal boxes?
Oh, do you remember the plates? Do you remember the Kellogg's plate? Everybody had one of them in their houses at one point.
125.
No, mine was, you used to put them on the spokes for your bike, little reflectors.
You had the Kellogg's. Wasn't it a football on the bowl?
60.
Was it football? I think it might have been for like one of the World Cups or the European Championships. I tell you what I also remember was one of the cola companies
140.
at one of the big fast food restaurants. For the London Olympics, you could like collect different types of glasses. You get
Got them all. Got
Yeah.
them all, yeah.
41. Andreas Sharaquan,
Still using
96.
now. 96 for Harrison. Got a couple boxed up as well, actually. Collector's item. You never know when they're going to be useful. This could be useful.
80.
You never know when you need to sell something on eBay, Matt.
$100. Andreas Sharaquan,
It's a good leg. Good power scoring from Andreas Harrison, but the doubles have been letting him down so far. He
Game on the
squeezes
third
that
leg.
one into the bottom corner.
Andreas Harrison.
But a bit uncharacteristic here from Andreas
Well,
Harrison.
like it's Tony
Normally
to go
he's ever
first.
so
Game.
reliable on the checkouts and on the finishes. I mean, day one, Monday was exceptional.
140.
4 from 7 in his opening game. 3 from 9, 4 from 6, 4 from 6, 4 from 9. He had a checkout percentage that
100.
dwarfed everybody else in the group.
It's not often a word we associate with Andreas, but patchy has kind
85.
of been the synopsis of play so far. Wins this, he keeps himself in with hope. Now, the permutation is very simple.
140.
Andreas has to win all of his games. Derek, of course, has to lose all of his games. The permutation for Group B is almost as simple. Because Steve West will
81.
take on John Worsley in the next game. Steve West gets to 2 legs in that particular contest. Then he will be in Group B. John Worsley will be in Group C. And then we're just playing for pennies
60.
and pounds.
And entertainment.
100.
Because this is an exceptional lineup here for Group 8. And maybe if the table
41.
and the
Tony Raquan,
extrinsic stuff
95.
had been taken care of, maybe we'll see something special. A 170 finish, a 9 darter maybe.
$59. Andreas Sharaquan, 160.
So 160 for Harrison to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. Can't be done now. Sorensen
100.
double
Tony
18 to
Raquan, 36.
level this game up at 2-2. And that
show
double
the fourth
18
leg.
is
Tony
no
Sorensen.
mistake whatsoever. 2-2.
Fifth leg gets Andreas to throw first. Game on. $95.
And let's not forget, even though the table may be done, Deacon today
140.
has given us the indication that they may be a tungsten teaser.
Yes, would you like the tungsten teaser now?
I cannot wait.
140.
Right, here we go. It's back, as requested by absolutely nobody. The tungsten teaser for Wednesday. Phil Taylor lost 8 matches in
Six.
his entire career. at the World Match Play. Can you name the 8 players to have beaten Philip Douglas Taylor at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool at the
41.
World Match Play? You got until the end of the programme. 8 players who has beaten Phil Taylor at the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens.
41.
And that very apt, as the World Match Play will be starting in a few days' time. The second biggest ranking event.
It's
on
almost
the
as if I
calendar.
thought about it.
Almost.
Good one, though, that one, isn't it?
140.
Better than some, I'll give you that. But then again, you have set the bar very low.
100.
So Harrison looking at 85 to open up a 3-2 lead in this game. Has a glance over, sees that Sorensen's on a finish, and so has to go for the bullseye
60.
and
20
clips
require
the paint to the
160.
25 wire.
$60. Under should require 25.
2 8s.
9.
He's looking to try and use
20
that
require
first dart as a
100.
bit of a bumper just to guide it off, but was unable to do so. And as a consequence, his Danish opponent's looking at a ton to break and then have the darts in the next to win this match.
60. Under should require 16. Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2 it is. It's been very in and out so far, but his faint hopes
first.
of winning this
Game
group is still alive. 9 more games to go after this one.
100.
3 more rounds of matches to be completed following the culmination of this match.
140. 100. 140. 100.
Well, Harrison 6 darts at 2-2-1 to wrap it up. Sorensen did have a chance to break the throw and move 3-2 to the good and have the darts to win the leg or win the match in this leg. Was unable to do so, and Harrison has picked up the pieces and now could be putting in the best leg of the match to get the job done. 81 left after 9 to complete a 4-2 win. We'll look at 15s because of his favourite double 18. And now looks at the ball and gets the ball. And that's how you finish a game off. And that keeps Andreas Harrison's faint hopes of winning this Group A alive. It wasn't his best performance, but he provided his best right for the last. A 12 darter to wrap it up. 4-2 beats Tony Sorensen. Coming up after the break, it is a meeting between John Worsley and Steve West.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Veen! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Couple of rounds down on this Wednesday, and as far as the conversation is concerned, well, Derek Coulson's pretty much on the cusp of winning this Group A. Just needs to win one more game, one more slip up for Andreas Harrison, but also see him on his merry way, while Steve West just needs to pick up a couple of legs here against Jonathan Worsley to ensure that he's going to be playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. We are oh so close to pretty much confirming everything now in this particular group.
137.
Well, you have just joined us, a slightly later start than perhaps advertised. Many apologies for that, due to a technical issue,
100.
but all is good to go now. So we'll be with you until around about 3:30 here on Pluto TV. Derek Coulson, as you can see, top of the table, 22 points to his name, plus 18 in terms of legs difference. Andreas
93.
Harrison on 16 plus 14, and so that means that everything's going to have to try and meet in the middle if Andreas is going to win this group. Steve West third on 14 points, and as you can
99.
see, a 6-point gap has developed between himself and Jonathan Worsley in fourth. Keegan Brown and Tony Sorensen are the two players at the bottom. In fact, Keegan Brown is at the bottom of Group A.
81.
6 points minus 18 in terms of the legs difference for the Needle, who is going to need to sharpen up.
The only way Derek Coulson
42.
doesn't win this group is if he loses every game and Andreas Harrison wins every game. Now, the interesting thing to note is probably the two highest performers so far.
96.
Derek Coulson's already played those. He's now got to play the three players that if we was to do a form guide, would probably be the bottom three right now. Keegan
60.
Brown,
John Riverquan, 94.
Steve West, Tony Sorensen.
Well, Worsley needs to win 4-0 or 4-1 to keep the faintest of faint hopes alive.
74.
This is a couple of darts there. West not to be seen so far. And in terms of his day
30.
so far on this Wednesday,
Well,
average of
required
76, lost out 4-3 to Tony Sorensen, did recover with a
Edge on the
4-3
first
win
leg,
against
John
Keegan
Worsley.
Brown. Had to come back from 3-1 behind to pick up that
Second leg
victory.
is
John
Steve
Worsley
to
takes
draw
the first leg of
first.
this game and has perhaps been the more consistent performer of the pair on this Wednesday. 4 out of 5 on his doubles, 86 average at a 4-1 win against Keegan Brown. He'd then
45.
find himself on the wrong end of a 4-2 defeat to Derek Coulson. Was level at 2-2 before Coulson rattled off a pair of consecutive 14 dart legs to
99.
seal a 4-2 win in that particular contest.
$43.
Have you got any guesses for the tungsten teaser, Matt? Which, if you have just joined us, is name the 8 players that have beaten Phil Taylor in a World Match Play game.
Ronnie Baxter.
58.
You have to check your own answers. Your own.
No, I'm just getting the crib sheet out. Yes, Ronnie Baxter's correct.
46.
I don't want to give the other answers because I don't want to.
1998, that was.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, well, yeah. BDO player, wasn't he, at the time? As well,
Six.
Ronnie Baxter.
Back in the days when you could potentially play both. Martin Adams also reached quarterfinals, didn't you, of the World Match Play?
2001, wasn't it? And yeah, that was in the days of the Tomlin order. So basically, 1997,
100.
from the end of a very, very long legal battle, the Tomlin order came into place. And so basically, the players could play in whatever tournaments they wanted to, but they had to affiliate themselves to one side or the
45.
other for the World Championship. Which is probably why, actually, at that time, the World Match Play was probably harder to win because it's probably the hardest tournament of the year because you had the best players on both codes playing in it.
60.
That was a day where there was a lot of relevancy in the code split.
Well, in fact, you probably had the best players in the PDC, but actually the strength in depth was very much in the BDO.
100. 57. John, you require 139.
So Worsley here looking at 139 to double his lead to 2-0. West left to 150. I think West has perhaps been left bereft so far
99.
over the course of this
Steve, you require
morning
150.
session. Went for the 3 bullseyes and
100.
well, he's
John,
left
you require
himself on
40.
50. Worsley back for tops of 2-0 on the break.
Inviting.
30. Steve, you
Disappointing.
require 50.
You've been expecting to find that, though, John Worsley.
Well, despite everything that's happened so far, Steve has got a chance to level up at 1-1, and it
James on the
means that
second leg. Steve
he's
West.
1 leg away from guaranteeing he's going to be playing in Group B tomorrow night.
Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
You see there how the camera covering the bullseye. I think it's safe to say Steve West is getting in a, shall we say, silly, boisterous mood.
125.
Where we said things could happen. I suggested it was potentially a 170 or a 9-darter.
81.
Maybe 3 balls. Maybe 3 tops. Maybe something we've never seen before.
Well, Steve West's the type of player that sometimes just needs a bit of prodding to play his best. And I remember the situation, well, you were here that
140.
week as well, where me and Steve are having a little bit of banter before a game. And I go out on air and say, well, Steve West has promised us a
60.
9-darter in that match. And he actually got to hit the 9-darter. When there's a real focal point, and when there really is something that is there to chase, you see some incredible
99.
darts from Steve. I mean, that year he had here in 2023, I could well be one of the best years that any player has had at the Super Series. 4 weekly wins, 5 in
140.
total.
John, you require
Well,
137.
they'll never be beaten because we don't have the opportunity to win 4 weeks anymore.
And the only way you'll be able to do so is by
97.
accumulating specials week wins, which Andreas Harrison's already done this year. JVS has done this year. DVT has done this year.
140. John, you require 40.
Well, as he misses this, then his outcome may well be laid out before him.
35.
Because if Steve West finds this
require
80, then he can look ahead to tomorrow night's action. He may well do it with a tops. He will do it with a tops. And that's a top player guaranteeing your place in Group B.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So the only thing left to confirm now is who wins the group, which the likelihood is Derek Coulson. We can give you some other sport analogies
81.
to let you know how certain it feels with Derek Coulson at the moment. I would say this is like a football match coming into the 85th minute, of which Team Derek Coulson is 7-0 up, and his opponents have had 2 red cards.
140.
Do you want to have a go at?
Oh,
100.
okay. It's the equivalent of a tennis player being 2 sets up and 5 love up in the Wimbledon final.
And his opponent has got
6.
a broken tennis racket.
No wonder they couldn't string anything together.
140.
However, if we've learned one thing from sport, anything is possible. Just have a look at what Ben Stokes' Baz Balling England team have done in terms of chasing things down.
And let's not forget the infamous Chris
59.
Murphy. If you put a pound on, you'll lose a pound comment in the International Pairs Week.
As much as he wants us to forget it, we are never going to forget it.
60.
Well, 181 remaining. Had to persevere, had to
81.
stay, just about finds a way in.
Steve, you require 120.
And so West looking at 120. Looking for the Shanghai, but he's missed a big number.
80. John, you require 161.
I think for a second Steve West was
137. Steve, you require
expecting that
40.
161 attempt to go. It doesn't, but he's
20.
unable to
John, you require
find either
24.
tops or tens.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And
John Worsley.
Worsley picks up the pieces.
I think
2-2.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
Interesting, actually, just having a look at Steve. It's been the best part of a year since his last weekly win, and for somebody that's won as often as he has, that is a
100.
long time between drinks. As I say, only Shane McGurk has won 2 weekly titles this year.
57.
You do feel, though, that Steve West maybe not as confident as he was back then. Certainly has had a lot of changes, hasn't he, in regards to his approach to the game. Certainly on the back of
60.
the operation of which he was waiting for a long period of time. That would have took him off the practice board, and he would have been sort of reassessing, maybe going back to it, trying to find or rediscover something.
97.
And games like this before you'd have gone into, and you'd gone Steve West is a big favourite, where now it's one of those 50-50 games.
And those 50-50 games can be quite dangerous at times.
140. $96. $139.
Well, Worsley leaves himself on 62 to open up a 3-2 lead in this
100.
game. West
John
does
162.
find himself on a finish, but Worsley to get his nose in front and to move himself one away. Looking at double 16, gets to
Game
double
shot on the
16,
fifth
and
leg,
that's a
John
14
Worsley.
darter. Best leg of the match, 3-2.
6 leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. 60.
Well, Steve West has done the job that he needs to do in this game. That's pick up the couple of legs that was required to ensure that he is in to Group B tomorrow. Now, actually, whilst you're here, I've got an unfun fact for you.
140.
Most of yours are.
Now, I was watching a documentary yesterday on the making of the film Jaws.
You're right, this is very unfun,
140.
yes.
So,
Oh, there's more.
So I was watching the film. Obviously, it's primarily filmed
81.
in Martha's Vineyard. But there's that famous scene, isn't there, of the bridge, you know, the small bridge that they jump off in the film.
Well described.
100.
And I didn't know that the town that bridge is based in is called Edgartown.
Ladies and gentlemen, Henry Deacon.
85.
It just brought a smile to my face as I was
57.
watching that documentary last night.
Is that because it made you think of me?
And then very suddenly I realised, oh God, I've got to work with him tomorrow.
Maybe not for much longer here, because John Worsley is making a serious move
134.
on the Steve West
Steve,
darts.
144.
Absolute chasm between the averages as well. John
58.
Worsley stepping up.
John
Steve
Require,
West
61.
struggling today. Just not in that zone. Tops for Worsley to be in the winner's zone.
41. Steve, you've required 86.
Well, it may just be a poke at the ball here, but a chance nonetheless to take us all the way again. The bullseye
61.
doesn't go,
John
and
Maguire,
that
20.
could be curtains for this contest because Worsley is looking at double 10 to complete a 4-2 win, and he made a real push towards the line.
John Worsley.
14 dart to the move in front and then rallied towards the line. A 4-2 win is insurmountable because Steve West needed a couple of legs to guarantee Group B. So that is all sorted. After the break, Group A could be sorted. Derek Coulson beats Tony Somerson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jonathan Worsley got the better of Steve West by 4-2. And this Group A could be heading towards its crescendo here, because a win for Derek Coulson against Tony Sorensen in Game 8 would ensure that DC would have won the group, and it would have meant that everything would have been settled. Coulson would have beaten Harrison to the Group B pose. Harrison and West would be in Group B, and then Worsley, Sorensen and Brown would all be in Group C. It would all be so simple, wouldn't it? But we know that nothing's so simple here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and anything could possibly happen. But if anything's going to happen here,
First leg
it is
is
going
Derek
to
to
rely
throw
on
first.
Derek
Game on.
Coulson crashing and burning. DC would need a comical collapse if he was to miss out on this Group A title. Talking about a man who knows a thing or two about DC
97.
comic or two, Matthew Edgar is with me in the commentary gantry throughout the course of not just today, but for the remainder
100.
of the week here at the Super Series. Always good to be in your company, pal. And Derek Coulson, when he can finish off what's been a very good job.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I wish I could say the same about being in your company.
140.
It's been clinical, hasn't it, for Derek Coulson? He's been head and shoulders the best player, certainly in regards to consistency. We've seen moments, haven't we? Steve West played good at times. Andres Harrison has put some good
140.
performances in. But game on game, the reliability is with Derek Coulson.
$100.
Time for Coulson, leaves him on 164. Sorensen. In terms of the score, he's just kind of found himself a visit behind a lot of legs, hasn't he, today?
140. Derek, you're
He's there or thereabouts,
164.
but he'll be hoping that the way the Group C is going to pan out tomorrow and Friday, he might just get a little bit more joy.
94. Tony Rock 121.
So Sorensen looking at 121. Was looking for the single 11, leave the ball, chase the treble, pay the
81.
price.
Derek, you require
And Coulson
70.
could make him pay, could punish him as a result. Looking at 70 for the opening leg. Down for double 16,
54.
doesn't get
Only
the double
require
16.
Progression. That is the way to describe
James
Tony
on the first
Sorensen
leg.
this week.
Tony Sorensen.
He has become more reliable. He's become regularly
Second
over
leg
the
is
80
Tony to
average.
throw
He's become
first.
dangerous.
Game on.
He's found a little bit of composure at times as well. He's had a big win against Andreas Harrison. Could be getting a big win here. He's had a big win against Steve West as well. Players he's not going to have to
60.
play again for the rest of the week. Unless he gets to Saturday. And we know that he's enjoying his time here at the Super Series.
45.
Very brief conversation in a feature that you will see later on Pluto TV. He says he's loving his time here at the Super Series and he wants to come back.
60.
Well, there's one way you can ensure you come back, and that's by winning a week, because that means he'll be coming back in a few weeks' time for Champions Week. £25,000 on the line.
And
100.
of course, we have had conversations with Derek as part of our Tungsten Talk series. Regularly available on
60.
Pluto TV. As a matter of fact, we've got a Tungsten Talk once we're done. We have Scott Campbell. And that is a premiere. Following
60.
that, we've got the Break of Throws series, which features Phil Taylor and Luke Humphreys, Devon Peterson will be breaking
60.
down those particular throws. This'll be one you'll enjoy, Matt. Brian Roman on the tungsten torque. I know you're a big fan of his.
45.
Brian Roman, tungsten torque, and then Angry Ginge is going to be here.
100.
Have you seen the clip of
Tony,
Angry Ginge and
161.
Mika Richards?
No.
That's a good one. You ask him what his real name is, his government name, and then they just crack up laughing.
95. Derek, you're 151.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of Mike. A great pundit, actually, isn't he, on Sky and CBS in the United States?
Good energy, good character.
Yeah, the type of person that you wouldn't mind
119,
spending a day in his
66.
company. I can imagine he's great fun to sit in a studio for 6 hours with.
You should take some tips.
Knew that was coming. What's coming here?
30.
Well, it's not a 2-0 lead,
Derek, you
and
require
Coulson
32.
looking to level up at 1-1, looking at 2-16s.
No score.
It's not happening
I mean,
here, is it?
require
And, do you
36.
know, I got that vibe in the Steve West game that maybe the intensity has gone out of the situation. And Derek Coulson, if he looks at the table right now, we believe that it's already
James on
done.
the second
Maybe lost the
leg.
intensity.
Tony
But I
Sorensen.
don't think that's something ever Tony Sorensen
like it's
loses.
Derek to
I think
throw
even getting
first.
into
Yeah.
bed, this guy has intensity.
$100. $60. $57. $81. $44.
Paul Nicholson picked up on something the other day, actually. He was watching the eyes of Tony Sorensen to look at the focus, and he referenced the fact that he barely
140.
blinks. I think he sleeps with his eyes open.
Well, there's been times in this group where he has been caught napping, but... Well, I did see a blink at the back of the stage, but it's not from Derek Coulson, that's for sure.
180.
That Maxi has put Coulson on 120.
100. Derek,
And if there's anybody that can turn
120.
this situation round in the blink of an eye, it would be Derek Coulson, who is looking for Shanghai, looking to climb the ladder, looking for double top. And
80.
that would have been as sweet as a nut.
Tony, you require 120.
This for a double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. Who would have predicted this before a dart was thrown?
$100. Eric, you require 40.
A rare reaction there from Derek Coulson while Tony
James on the
Sorensen
third
was left
leg.
on
Derek
tops.
Coulson.
Tops is found, though, from Derek
Well,
Coulson.
against
He's
Tony to
still
throw
in this
first.
game.
Game on.
Reminder that a win here for Coulson will mathematically confirm his position in Saturday night. Even though if you are friends or family of Derek Coulson and you book your
60.
tickets for Saturday night and he doesn't win this group, I will happily personally refund you.
And trust me, it's unlike Matthew Hager to get his wallet out. I was wondering why there was so many moths in
93.
here.
Just remind me of that tip you left at
43.
Yeah, let's not go there.
No, we've gone there now.
I made a mistake.
121.
I made a mistake, right? We went to this restaurant, which we were enjoying some. Well, we weren't actually enjoying the food, but the service was really poor, and I didn't want to leave a tip.
43.
You know, we weren't enjoying the food. We go there every week.
Not that night, but the service was really poor, wasn't it? And
No, it was exceptional.
it really was not. And I'm a fair guy. I'll give out the odd tip here and there.
57.
I've done it to you for the last 3 years on comps. And I just did not like it. And I instead of pressing the no thank you button, I
100.
clicked the custom amount. And I clicked 1 penny.
It was embarrassing.
What was it you said? We can never go back here.
89.
I didn't want to leave a tip. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. That was
60.
the problem. Anyway,
Derek,
course
you're
of
at
141. I
141.
suppose I could have put 0.00 on it, but didn't really think that through. Anyway, back to the darts. Chipper 19 does not go.
89.
I will say that that's one of my big regrets in life.
Which I'm guessing is on a very large
60. Derek,
shortlist.
you require 52.
Also looking at 52 to square up at 2-2. Could find itself a couple of legs away from wrapping it up once and for all.
20.
Cannot find, and
Johnny, you
so
require
Simonson
135.
looking at 135.
I think that's the concern for me here with Derek Coulson. The fact he's missing doubles. That's not his game. Got a chance to put it right here. Level up the game. Have to throw
70.
back.
Derek, you require 32.
He's not doing it in traditional Derek Coulson style.
Game
It's
shot
not
on 4
DC-esque.
flag. Derek Coulson.
But we are back on level terms. 2-2.
5th against Derek to throw first. Game on.
Well, every game bar one has seen at least 6 legs in it. That was the opening game between John Worsley and Keegan Brown. The other scorelines: Coulson 4, Harrison 3, Somerson 4, West 3, Coulson 4,
140.
Worsley 2, West's 4, Brown 3, Harrison 4, Somerson 2, and Worsley 4, West 2.
135.
Halfway through the day's session. Still another 7 more games after this. But Derek Coulson's beginning to get his skates on. Beginning to make his move. And he could well find himself in a couple of moments tied to within a leg of qualification to Saturday night.
We've seen this already this week where Derek Coulson doesn't
65.
start well. People don't put him away. He somehow stays in the game and then bang. Foot to the floor. Turbo mode.
137. Derek, you
Wins in the blink of an
160.
eye.
Remember, he had trailed in this game by 2 legs to 0. And all of a
Game
sudden,
shot
he's
on
3-2
flag.
up
Derek
with class,
Coulson.
quality, and grit. The 116
Johnny
is
to throw
second ton plus
first. Game.
checkout. And Derek Coulson now is doing a leg of winning the group.
It's hard to think he was 2-0 down in this game, isn't it?
100.
But again, maybe more encouraging signs for Sorensen moving into a Group C campaign, which we know is where he's going to play his darts. I mean, averages today 82 and 81 for
60.
Tony Sorensen.
He doesn't have to up it by much. Just if a little incremental increase of performance, he's going to be there or thereabouts.
Well, he was good yesterday, wasn't he? 82,
140.
88, 88, and then a 96.5 in a 4-2 victory over Andreas Harrison. He's showing us signs.
96.
showing a bit of quality. Not quality in regards to the mathematics there, though, for Coulson. 180 means he's on no finish, and that's where the game needs to evolve and adapt, where you're thinking in that opening 6, how can I give myself an opportunity at getting out?
97. Tony, you require 161.
161 then. Treble 17 does not go, and so Coulson
97.
nowhere to be seen, and all of a sudden that 3-2 lead could be wiped out. We could be heading to a last leg decider. Derek does at least have the insurance policy of having the darts in the last leg, and
64.
it looks as if that is exactly where we're heading. It's going to be a dart at double top.
Game
A
shot
dart at double top, which
Tony
is taken.
Sorensen.
15 darter.
7 from
And we
5
go all
against
the way.
Derek to throw
3-3
first.
between
Game.
Coulson and Sorensen. And the situation and the permutations are as follows. Derek Coulson wins this leg. Then he has qualified through to Saturday night finale here in Portsmouth.
100.
Loses it, he probably does anyway, so, you know. But you'd have to rely on Andreas Harrison losing to Keegan Brown.
100. $100. $95.
A lot of Tony
60.
Sorensen's games now are starting to go the distance as well. No one's ever able to register a strong win against him. In fact, 4-2 was the
100.
lowest score of which he lost yesterday. And you have to go right the way back to game number 3 on Monday. Before we had one of those heavy defeats like a 4-1, that was to Steve West. Everything else is 4-2 or 4-3.
140.
Really is knocking on the door.
But it looks like it's Derek Coulson that's going to ring the bell in terms of success in this Group A.
60. Derek, you're
101 points
101.
away from confirming what had seemingly been since game number 2 of the session, the inevitable. Can he do it in ton-topping style? He's going to get a dart at double top,
61.
but he's not going to get the double
Tony, you
top.
require 146.
Well, this would be some way to pinch it, but he's not going to find the treble 18, and so Derek
98.
Coulson comes
Derek,
back.
you
3
require
darts in his hand, a
40.
double top to win this group. Derek Coulson and Portsmouth are a match
Derek
made
Coulson.
in heaven. And DC is once again into Saturday night. One of the premier players that the Live Lounge has to offer. He's back in the mix and he'll hope back in the frame for a Champions Week appearance. He's beaten Tony Sorensen by 4 legs to 3 to guarantee qualification to Saturday night. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000 the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back.
First leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Keegan Brown up against Andreas Harrison. Game number 9 of our day here in Portsmouth as we tick past 1 o'clock. The news at 1 is this.
140.
Derek Coulson has won Group A. That was courtesy of a win before the break
140.
against Tony Sorensen, the Danish ace. And so that win ensures that he's going to be through to Saturday night's final. The other headlines, Andreas Harrison and Steve West are going to be in Group B.
81.
Whilst at the bottom of the news radar, we're going to see John Worsley, Tony Sorensen and Keegan Brown in Group C. Anyway, let's head to our chief tungsten correspondent, Matthew Edgar, for his take on what has happened so far today.
It's been everything we expected, really, hasn't it? Derek Coulson's won the group. Andreas Harris and Steve West are going through to Group B, and we can all look forward to
95.
a couple of days of what I think is going to be some real close groups. This one, I thought would be a lot closer, to be honest, than what it has been. I'm actually quite surprised that we've had such a divide.
180.
We saw the divide start to come on Monday, and then it's just sort of stayed in place all the way through.
Yeah, Harrison leads himself 1-4-1 to
Andreas
win the opening leg of this contest. Can't be done now.
109.
But I tell you what, he'll do the next best thing and leave himself a 32 after 12, forcing Brown to take it out. He's not able to complete that particular task. And so Harrison looking at 32,
91.
looking at double
Andreas
16 to
32.
open up a 1-0 lead in this game.
Game
14 dart start. Harrison finds himself on the board.
Second leg is
That
Andreas.
also a breaker
first.
throw in
Game
14 darts for Andreas. I get the sense he's going to be one of them international qualifiers that nobody will want to draw,
80.
particularly maybe a susceptible seed or a susceptible player between 33 and 64 in the opening round, Andreas. Because I think maybe first to 3 sets is just about enough distance where Andreas probably could cause some problems.
$140.
Because I do think there's a few players that would be in those, maybe not the seeded positions, but that next bracket down that will get the protection in round 1. That Andreas may have a little bit of joy against potentially.
125. $29. Andreas, you require 156.
156 and go, but you look, for example, maybe somebody the likes of a Modus Rasma or Gabriel Clements who are just having a little bit of a tricky time of it. Andreas Harrison's not the type of player you want to be drawing in the first round of the World Championship.
I can tell you for a fact, those players on that left-hand side of the draw will not want Andreas Harrison. There'll be a short list of players sat in that draw on multiple occasions, and you have a little idea of who you don't want to play.
58.
And you make about 5, maybe 6 players normally. I reckon it'll be the same sort of situation this year, maybe 5 or 6 players. And with that, Andreas Harrison will be one of the names on the very top of the list that people will want to avoid.
Game shot on the second.
Double nines found and Harrison's 2. I can tell you the 2 names that will definitely be at the top of the list that you don't want to have because of their seeding position. Nico Springer and Bradley Brooks.
Chances are they'll go to the left side of the draw.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
100.
The right side will be your lower end qualifiers of the Pro Tour Order of Merit and your international qualifiers.
100.
Yeah, Nico definitely has got a very good try. He's had a very good... I think we expected, though, Nico to go on tour and really put a huge dent in things, and he's done exactly that. When we saw him here, he was punching in numbers regularly that we just knew he was ready for that big stage.
$140.
Of course, they'll be joined by the top 3 players on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, and because of Darius's position in the Nordic and Baltic
100.
Order of Merit, those 3 players as of now: Stefan Belmont, who we've still not seen yet this year at the Super Series, Tedward Everts, and Mervyn King.
60.
In terms of the Dev Tour, Bo Greaves, Jurjen van der Velde, and somebody that we saw here very impressed a few weeks ago, Charlie Manby, currently hold those positions.
$65. Keegan, it requires 61.
So Keegan looking at 61 to get a leg back on the board in this contest. And it's going to be a dart to double 18.
43.
Inside.
Andreas, you require 136.
Harrison find a 136. Not this time.
100. Keegan, you require 18. Game shot on the third leg.
No troubles there for Keegan Brown. The fear of the double 9 for many people.
Game.
Not a problem for Keegan. And it's thirsty work for Keegan Brown. Did go on the stage yesterday with 2 glasses of water.
96.
But halfway through this one, it looks like he's just down the pint. Well, we have spoke before about hidden talents of players. Maybe
93.
Keegan Brown showing us. Look at the size of that glass. He did it in 1. Maybe he's one of those rapid drinkers.
134.
To confirm, that was water.
You gave us a useless fact today. I'll give you one myself.
58.
Please.
In competition eating, you can do like hot dog eating competitions, and they dip it in the water before eating the hot dog so the bread doesn't dry out your mouth.
Yeah, famously do that on July the 4th, don't they?
58.
American Independence Day.
I love the way you're nodding along as well because you knew it. It's like
100.
I don't know why you're trying to beat me on a useless fact competition.
$100.
You're not going to win this battle.
137.
Harrison looking at
Conversion
130. Well,
of
both players looking at 113. But Harrison first poke to establish a two-leg gap in this match. He's not going to find the trouble 19 that he needed to with Dart 2.
53. Keegan, you require 130.
So can Keegan do what Andreas was unable to. And unlike his Swedish opponent, he's going to give himself a dart and a double. And that double's double top.
93.
So that double just drops
Andreas
low.
requires 60. $20. Keegan, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg, Keegan Brown. Fifth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $133. $58.
Interestingly, just having a look at some
81.
other Premier event races, and just having just out of sheer curiosity, the race to Minehead for the Players' Championship finals. And you mentioned about how this place was a real springboard for the
45.
likes of Bradley Brooks. In matter of fact, as things stand at the midway point of the season, 6 players that played at the Super Series in 2024 are currently in the race for Minehead in the
85.
Players' Championship finals. Justin Hood, Nico Springer, Cam Crabtree, Sebastian Białecki,
100.
Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks, all currently in the race for Minehead and the Players' Championship finals at the end of the year.
It just makes you wonder, doesn't it? What are we watching this year? How many of
105.
the players that we're watching this year at the Super Series are going to go on to the World Championship next year or the Players' Championship finals? Or even how many are we going to play this year? Darius Labanauskas picked up a
41.
title
Keegan, you
here.
require 97.
He's looking good. Andreas Harrison is here this week. He's there.
57.
Let's not forget the debated to-be-confirmed World Championship spot. Who knows where that's going to go?
You've got some theories on this, haven't you?
100. Keegan, you require 40.
We'll talk about that in the next leg. Keegan Brown looking to wrap this one up. Looking at double top.
20.
Cannot get, and so Harrison back for
Andreas, you
157 to
require
lead 3-2.
157.
Not to be, and so Keegan will return, looking at double 10 to get his nose in front again.
25. Keegan, you require 20. Game shot on the fifth leg, Keegan Brown.
Eventually finds, and eventually fires himself 3-2 to the good.
Sixth
Now
leg
then,
is
you have a
Andreas to throw
theory about,
first.
I
Game
saw one of your videos that there's a few different teasing thoughts in your mind as to where spot 128 is going this year.
100.
Oh yeah, the logical thing is it's going to Australia. That's the logical. But that doesn't make an interesting video, do you? You need the conspiracy theory in there. The conspiracy
42.
theory is it may be a partner organisation.
It's very interesting that there's one spot
140.
left up for grabs. And of course, for tour card holders, there was a lot of chat and conversation about
140.
opportunities and that. And look, there's no player now, when you have a look at the format, and you look at the prize money, you look at how many tour card holders can qualify for the World Championship, there
180.
can no longer be any complaints
Oh
in
no,
that regard anyway.
Absolutely, you should be making World
78.
Championship as a tour card holder.
Pressure required 81.
There's more likelihood you get in than you don't.
So it's something like, I think as many as between 85 and 90 could potentially get in if all the ranking systems match up, as
45.
Harrison looks to a potential 12 darter to take us all the way.
Yep, high 80s. I estimated 88.
59. Under pressure required 36.
Doesn't have to go for double nine, goes for double nine, does not get.
28.
As I say, more opportunities for players on this side of the sport. An extra spot for the Dev Tour, extra spot for the Challenge Tour, extra spot for the Women's Series.
85. Under pressure require 8.
Double four. And if this doesn't go, Keegan Brown is
Four.
within striking range of winning this
require
match.
97.
97 to get the job done. Looks a double-double, doesn't get double-double. So Harrison back
95.
for double two
Under pressure
to
require 2. 4.
take us all the way.
Game shot on the 6th
And we are
leg.
going the
Andreas
distance.
Harrison.
Of course we're going the distance.
7th and final leg. It's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, we're going all the way, and Keegan Brown kicks us off a 140 in this deciding leg.
59. $58. 100.
Just not been the day, has it, for Andreas Harrison? It's all been a little bit subpar.
I think we should just write this day off altogether, because I don't think
59.
anybody's played at their best. For the main reason that from game 2 onwards, everything was settled.
$140.
But the good news is, for these two, they've got another couple of days to put things right.
60.
One thing for
$140.
sure, no one's going to want Andreas Harrison to continue his groups campaign. Group B aren't going to be happy having him in there. You'll essentially say with 3 qualifying from 5,
Andreas requires
that's
62.
1 gone already.
So 62 for the match. He's trailed for large swathes of this contest. But he has a dart at double 16
30.
to win it. And if Brown's
Big in
going to
the
pick something out, he's going to have to
139.
pick something big from the bunch. Did not like that. And so Harrison here
41.
to
Andreas requires
get the win is
32.
looking at 32 to complete a 4-3 win.
Game shot
And
and the match.
complete a 4-3 win he
Andreas
does.
Harrison.
He beats Keegan Brown in a last leg decider. That's how the game went statistically. And when we return after the break, it is Steve West and Derek Coulson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now see Steve West and Derek Coulson go head to head. It's our 10th game of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and these two, well, they'll be treading different paths come the end of play today. Steve will be in Group B, whilst Derek Coulson will have the luxury of a couple of days off. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrison get the better of Keegan Brown by 4 legs to 3, and it's seemingly as if both players are enjoying each other's company ahead of this particular contest. These two become good friends over the last year and a half, played in a Champions Week together, played in a Champions Night together, that being in Series 8. That was the
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Night of those Jimmy Van Schie finishes, wasn't it, against Steve? I'm sure he's really pleased for me to remind him about that. It would have been Marvin Van Velzen that would go on to
60.
win that particular championship, beating Jimmy in the final. Connor Scott was the other member of the Final Four.
100.
And the players that win this week will join Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurk,
100.
Andy Hamilton, Adam Gavlas, Jimmy Van Schie, and Graham Usher into the Red Ribbon Champions Week, which will take place in
100.
the middle of August. The date for your diary, do put it in there. It is Monday, the 11th of August, up until
66.
Saturday, the 16th of August. And you can watch every single dart free of charge on Pluto TV, where you stream now, pay never.
140.
Our second
105.
Champions Week
Derek,
finals
you require 161.
that will be broadcasting to you exclusively on Pluto TV. And Coulson's looking at the 161.
137. Steve, you require 170.
West can't find the 170. Coulson back for double 12.
55. Derek, you require 24.
Double 12 after 12. This is more like the Derek Coulson
Game's on the
that
first
we know,
leg.
and the Derek
Derek
Coulson
Coulson.
that he'll be hoping for sure that will turn up on
Second leg, it's
Saturday
Derek to
night.
throw first. Game
A
on.
lot of money and another golden ticket on the line.
$131. $41.
In fact, August is quite a busy month at the Super Series because you've got the Champions Week on the 11th of August. The week after that is
60.
the Next Generation Challenge Cup. And then the week after that will be the second incarnation of the
123.
International Pairs, which the Dutch duo of Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe are looking to defend their title.
I think we're forgetting something
94.
else that's really important about the International Pairs Week.
Go on.
It's my birthday.
Is it? What, we both got birthdays in August? What day?
The 28th.
Ah,
41.
right. So remember to bring the cakes in then. Just remember to bring the cakes in on the 13th of August on Champions Week.
180.
I do have a bone to pick, but I'm going to do it in the next leg.
We may not have to wait long for that. This is exceptional from Coulson.
41. Derek, you require 36.
Double 18,
Game's on the
13
second
Data,
leg. Derek
2-0 Coulson. And this is
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
so
Game on.
far a special performance. 115.62 the average.
100.
Anyway, my little gripe. Now you've worked in other sports.
60.
What I don't get is when it's your birthday, but you're the one who's got to bring the cakes or the donuts in for other people. I've never got that.
100.
No, I agree. Which is why I'm looking forward to seeing what arrives on my door on the 28th of August this year.
$121.
I'm working the afternoon session that day if you're about.
100.
Well, Steve West with a better leg here. Coulson racing off to a 2-0 lead. Couple
96.
of 13 darters, putting him on his merry way.
$57.
Just a bit frustrated today, isn't he, Steve West? Just not quite happened the way they wanted it to. Just playing at the moment, and you can see just doesn't have that real
100.
intensity that
Steve,
makes Steve West
144.
the player that's won so many weekly titles here at the Super Series. That's inviting. Well, he's very wayward.
112. Derek,
Just
give
not
a
clicking
124.
together as of yet. And Coulson looking at 124 for 3-0 lead. Can't find the treble 18, which would have given him a dart at the ball.
92.
And so
Steve,
West,
requires 32.
216s to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. That's a handy enough guide.
Game
And
shot on
he
the third
uses
leg.
it beautifully.
Steve
Back
West.
to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
I tell you what, I mentioned the Global Championship, and I mentioned Danny Van Tripe. Should send our congratulations to
86.
DVT for qualifying for this year's Global Championship, which takes place throughout the duration of December.
100.
And I tell you what, Danny Van Tripe's going to be a dangerous contender for that, I feel. Playing steadily enough.
58. $100. $85. $30. $180.
Second maximum of the game there for Derek Coulson. It's all looking good when you look at the numbers.
91.
2 from
Derek,
2
you're
on the
required
doubles.
92.
2 180s, 106 the average.
Well, Steve West shakes his head because he knows he is in a world of trouble.
Game shot
World
the
of trouble.
fourth leg. Derek
15
Coulson.
darter, 3-1 Coulson with an average of 105.6. Will
Fifth
not
leg is
miss
Steve
the
to
dart
throw
at a
first.
double. And in fact, he could have a lesser spotted day where he could have 2 games without missing a dart at a double.
Did it in game number 1, 4-3 victory over Andreas Harrison. Needed it as well.
95.
The game that really did set the tone for the day, and that tone was all about Derek Coulson.
$95. $41. $57. 100. 100. 133.
Well, maybe the flick is just beginning to be switched here for Steve West, but it may well be coming just a little bit too late for him.
134. Steve, you're 132.
132, and he'll fancy his chances on the bullseye, particularly if he can find a treble now, because that was gaping to be hit.
92. Derek, you require 115.
And so this to complete a 4-1 victory. Treble leads double 18.
79.
Pings
Steve, you
the
require
wire.
40.
And so Tots West
Game shot on the fifth
to
leg.
reduce
Steve
the
West.
gap back down to 3-2. Coulson looking to
Sixth leg
serve
is
this
Derek to throw
contest
first.
out.
Game.
I wonder whether the Global Championships anything on these two's radar come the end of the season. We're beginning to know a few more names. I'll say Danny Van Truyck
100.
qualified at the weekend for winning the Benelux Trophy. Beat Danny Van Klompenberg 10-7 in the final. As things stand, John O'Shea as the Ireland
21.
champion is going to get an automatic passage through. And the other two names so far that are hanging on to qualification are Aidan O'Hara and Conor Heenahan from the Republic of Ireland. In terms of the United Kingdom qualifiers,
140.
the top four in the UK get through. And as things stand, the top four in the UK Order of Merit, Johnny Barnes, saw him here before,
140.
Michael Huntley, Tom Sykes and Jack Tweddle. And then they would be joined by the next four players on the Championship Tour Order of Merit, which would be Carl
43.
Wilson, Christian Perez, Graham Hall and Kurt Parry. They'd then be
60.
joined by the next best players on the European Tour. The top three players from the Western European Tour get spots.
81.
I'll tell you a bit more about that in just a second. Because Coulson now is on the cusp of winning this contest.
140.
140 for Steve West, halves his score in this leg. But Coulson
137.
looking at 137 to wrap it up by 4-2. Is he one of them tops cool cats? Yes, he is.
97. Steve, you require 140.
Well, a bit easier this time, just one tops for 2 points.
Another 2 points. And it would mean that he'll go
Derek, you
within
require 40.
a game of equalising the Group A record. He actually has the tied record for maximum points in Group B. Of course, he went through a campaign without defeat in a week. And he just
Game,
continues
shot,
to
and
do
match.
dazzling
Derek
things here,
Coulson.
does Derek Coulson. In the end, the average drops just underneath the ton mark, but it was sparkling at times. He beat Steve West by 4-2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are live once again here on Pluto TV, bringing you 35 hours of darts a week, every single week of the year. Our next match is a meeting between Jonathan Worsley and Andreas Harrison, a meeting of Wales and Sweden on the big stage in Portsmouth. Andreas, who's kind of made Portsmouth his second home, really,
First
hasn't
leg
he,
is
over the
Andreas
last
to throw first.
2.5 years? A man who's picked up a series. In fact, he's the first player to have ever completed the
58.
set here. He's won a weekly title, series title, specials week title, having picked up the Double Trouble free trophy. Beating Neil Duff in the
41.
final of that particular competition.
$43.
Because meeting of Wales and Sweden. We were mentioning in the previous game the Global
89.
Championship. And we're going to tell you a little bit more about the European qualification routes. The top 3 players on the Western European Tour
95.
get a invite into the Global Championship. Those 3 players, as things stand, Brian Raman, Danny van Klompenberg,
99.
and Stein de Klerk.
$118.
So those are 3 that would get in through there. And then the top 5 on the Western European Order Met would
138.
get in. I'll tell you more about that in a second, because Worsley's on a finish to take out this opening leg.
100. John to require 134.
So 134 to take out leg one. Not to be, so Harrison may just get a dart at the ball here off the back of the 87, but an opportunity nonetheless for
90.
the
Andreas to require 87.
beard to be feared at the Super Series. Double 18. Now for double 9.
69.
A couple of missed darts means that Worsley's
John
got a
require
break chance.
44.
Acapulco. Not quite four
Games on the
tops,
first
but the
leg, John
tens
Worsley.
goes. 1-0 Worsley with a break.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
In fact, I think I might be slightly confused because actually I think the spots in the West Europe go down based on the order of merit first. So actually I think the Europe Tour would actually go down another couple of spots. Now, top of the European West rankings is Timothy Verbrew
60.
with the very interesting Zereso Zeverbom second.
95.
Stein de Klerk, third place. Brian Roman, fourth. Ricardo Ham, fifth. So actually, that would go down. The Western
83.
European would go down another couple of spots, which would mean that Janti van den Berg and Arne Spey would qualify as things stand.
140.
£60,000 on the line. That's life changing.
Big money.
41.
Big money.
$96.
Couple of spots also available for the Southern European Tour.
$57. Andreas should require 170.
170 for Harrison. Another one of them. We'll never know whether he's going to go for the ball or not.
98.
How would I get into this, Henry?
I'll tell you some more in the next leg.
$100. Andreas should require 72.
So 72 for Harrison to square this contest up at one apiece. Has a glance over, so he knows that Worsley's on 160. Which meant he had to go for the
47.
ball. Couldn't find
John
the
require
ball.
160.
And one of them. Double top. Would have been wonderful for the one ball.
140. Andreas should require 25.
And so Harrison looking at 2 8s to square up
James
at
on
one
the
apiece.
second
And
leg.
square up at one
Andreas
apiece he will.
Harrison.
Now, to tell you a little bit more, now anybody,
Third leg is
literally
Andreas to throw
anybody
first.
could
Game on.
turn up to a qualifier and play at the Global Championship. That is how simple, I'd say simple, you still got to play well, but basically the opportunity is there for everyone. Now, if you're based in the United Kingdom, the top
57.
player from the 11 regional tables will qualify. Then you've got a spot for the major champions, the Vault, the Ireland and UK Classic, the Championship Tour, the men's and the women's.
100.
4 spots from the Championship Tour Order of Merit, 4 spots from the UK Order of Merit. The 3 Super Series champions have also been given a direct invite as well. So we're going to see Jensen Walker there, come what may. Top 2 players in Ireland.
140.
And there's also going to be qualifiers, A for seniors players. And then there's going to be a UK North and a UK South qualifier. Now, if you want to be a
94.
part of that, that'll be confirmed the dates later on in the year. But just head to www.dartsatlas.com. You can register as a member for the ADC for the year. It doesn't cost too much. And if you fancy your
140.
chances, you can possibly be on this stage and be in for the chance of winning 60 bags at the Global Championship.
What if you live in the Midlands?
121.
You can play in the
Andreas
Midlands
require
area,
164.
play in your vaults, work your way up, and then possibly, who knows, qualify from there. Does he go for the ball?
150.
Well, he did. Didn't get too far, though.
40. Andreas required 49. Game shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Harrison 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $62. $100.
Yeah, the champion of that global championship will pick up £60,000. The runner-up, 20k. £8,000 for making the semi-finals and £4,000 for the quarter-finals. That's on the final Sunday. That was a really good addition to the Super Series calendar last year, and it's a minimum
85.
of £500. You could lose every single game in the first qualifying group and still pick up 500 quid.
$140. $135.
Would you like to know a little bit more about the format whilst we're here?
Might as well.
So, tournament will kick off on Monday, December the 1st, live on Pluto TV, with all 56 players competing in an
80.
exciting group stage format. Stage 1, 8 groups of 7 players each. The top 4 from each group would advance to the knockout group stage. The knockout group stage will feature 8 groups of 4 players, with only the winners
45.
progressing to the grand final,
138.
which then take place here on the first weekend of January at the Modus Live Lounge. Each group will be completed in a single day, with Group 1 commencing on the 1st of December and the following groups being played on consecutive
84.
days over
Andreas
a fortnight or so's period. Harrison looking at 136 to open up a 3-1 lead.
100.
Cheeky.
John required 54.
Said early on, I feel it's going to go that way, where we may see a few little cheeky moments. But I didn't think Andreas Harrison would be joining in.
Well, he's a little bit quirky in his own way,
34.
Andreas.
Andreas required 36.
Shouldn't question the
Game on the fourth leg.
ship of the guy when he
Harrison.
tries to do the 180, 171, 150.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas
That's a
to throw
3-1
first.
lead
Game on.
for the Swedes.
$100. $83. $41. $96.
Harrison leading 3-1 and winning this game will put him on to 20 points.
$58.
As we head into the final game of the fourth round, a meeting between Tony Sorensen and Keegan Brown.
57. $58. $129.
Nice movement around the board there for Worsley. If anything, I think that's the thing that's maybe just let him down a touch at times, which is why he's not converted, which are good
100.
performances.
Johnny Rock,
Worsley's played well.
136.
He's regularly sort of high 80s, low 90s. He keeps that going. You've got to think he is a strong fancy. Not just to
96.
qualify through Group C.
Andreas require
But that could be your winner
144.
right there of this week's Group C.
So Harrison 144. Can't be done now.
58.
So
John
Worsley
require
to
40.
continue this game. Double 10. Fives.
Game shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg. John Worsley. Sixth leg
Worsley's
is John to
back
throw
in this
first.
contest,
Game on.
gets a break back, and now has the throw to ensure of another last leg decider.
It's been the theme of the week so far. I think it will continue to be the case as well. Certainly in Group C. I see that being a very
47.
tightly contested group where there's really not much to separate the players. I think Group B may be a little bit more like we've seen here in Group A, where it's a little bit more
58.
lopsided.
$140. $81. $100.
Well, looks like we're
100.
heading all the way to another last leg decider today.
$45. $92.
Well, Harrison has left himself on the big fish. Worthy, though, will feel like he's got 6 from this 169 to take
41.
us all the way to a last leg
Andreas,
decider.
you
Just
require
leave himself a
107.
128. But can Harrison win it with a fish? No. No is the answer, but he could leave himself in a bit more of a handier position here.
58. John never quite
But
128.
only 58 scored. Worsley 128 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And so Andreas is going to have a look at the 112
52.
to
Andreas, you require
complete
112.
a 4-2 victory. Goes the 18s. And that gives him a dart at top, which
92.
just sits low.
John never quite 76.
And so this for a last leg decider. This for a last leg decider.
56.
Tops doesn't
Andreas,
go.
you require
Harrison
20.
back to 10s to win it. Only needs the
Game
one.
shot and the match.
And Andreas Harrison
Harrison.
moves on to 20 points in this group, courtesy of a 4-2 win against Jonathan Worsley. Coming up after the break, Tony Sorensen takes on Keegan Brown.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tony Sorensen and Keegan Brown are going head-to-head. Game 12 of our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 4 more to go. And this a meeting between the bottom 2 in this group.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game
Now, Matt, earlier on today, I posed you and our friends at home the tungsten teaser. The tungsten teaser was, can you name the 8 players to have beaten Phil Taylor at the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens? Now, I'm going to give the answer
60.
now. Now, you gave us a correct guess on Ronnie Baxter. Any more you'd like to guess before I give out the answers and dish out the answers?
100.
At the match play. Rod
Blackpool.
Harrington.
No.
John Part.
Correct.
Michael Van Gerwen.
Correct.
97.
Peter Wright.
No.
Michael Van Gerwen again.
No player beat Phil more than once.
100.
James Wade.
Correct.
140.
4 more still to get.
60. 59.
Well, delve into the other 4 with Matt in the next leg. Keegan leaving himself 145 to
45. Keegan, you require
break a foe in leg 1.
Peter Everson.
Oh, yes. Great shout. I thought that might be the one you wouldn't get.
50. 20, you require
There's
136.
one I am surprised you haven't got. One maybe not so surprised you haven't got. As Somerset looks at 136. Not to be this time. And so Brown back looking at 95
Keegan,
to
195.
open up a 1-0 lead in this contest. Goes bullseye first. He's going to get a stab at double 14
Game
and get
shown
double
the
14.
first leg. Keegan
And to
Brown.
get the break in this game.
Gary
Second leg is
Henderson.
Keegan to throw first. Game.
No, Ando never did beat Phil at the match play.
Adrian Lewis.
No.
He had that great
45.
game with him, though, didn't he? Was it semi-final?
Final, wasn't it? Because he had the great semi, didn't he, with Michael in that tournament, didn't he? 2013.
Go on then, we'll reveal the last
100.
three.
Right, so I'm going to go in order in the year that they beat Phil. 1994, first year of the World Match Play. Phil Taylor lost to Bob Anderson. As Keegan Brown piles in a 180. 1996, Phil lost to Peter Everson. 1998, Ronnie Baxter.
60.
One that you didn't get. 1999, Peter Manley.
I said Peter Manley.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. 2005, John Part.
100.
2007, Terry Jenkins.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that one.
2015, James Wade. And 2016,
60.
Michael Van Gerwen. Well done to those of you who got that correct at home. And the tungsten teaser will return tomorrow.
140.
Wow, this so far has been quite handy from Keegan.
85. Keegan required 36.
Double left after 12. Has seen Sorenson's not on a finish, so he's not even going to attempt the double 9. 6 for double 6.
Game
To
shown
double
the
his
second
lead, and
leg.
this is
Keegan
really handy so far from Keegan Brown. Looking a little bit more like it from the needle. 2-0.
Brown. Third leg is 20 to throw first. Game on.
I think this game's got a little bit of significance as
100.
well in regards to the future of the week. Because, oh, hold on a minute. Keegan Brown, it could be a fly that's caught his attention there. It did sort of zip his head around a little bit, didn't it? Which is normally there's a fly on the stage symbolisation. It could have been a wasp, it could have been a
42.
bee, could have been some form of unidentified flying object.
Well, it's World Match Play week, and who can forget the infamous wasp that
100.
swatted Joe Cullen as he went for that winning double against Gary Anderson in 2018.
And
And at some point, that very large glass of water of Keegan Brown's, I'm expecting him to down it. It normally happens after about 3 or 4 legs. He goes, right, I've had enough now.
100.
Down the hatch.
Now, is that half full or half empty?
I think it's going to be
27.
fully empty in the very near future.
Very, very good riposte.
100.
I think before we start leg 4, that glass is going to be empty.
Okay.
100. Tony
So,
require 101.
Sorensen 101 to reduce the gap to 2-1.
$49. $62. Tony, you require 52.
So 52 to reduce the gap back down to 1. 16 for double 18.
16. Keegan, you require 170.
Is it time for some fishing for the man from the island? No is the answer.
45. Tony require 36. Game shot on the third leg. Tony Sorensen. Fourth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $100. $60. 43.
Interestingly, I'm just having a look at
60.
the list of famous people from the Isle of Wight on Wikipedia. Keegan Brown's not on there.
137.
He's not on the list.
100.
Anyone of interest on there?
In terms of people that were born on the island, it's not really too much. You've got former professional footballers like Lee
57.
Bradbury, Brian Murphy, actor, famous actor. The first Prime Minister of New Zealand was born on the Isle of Wight, Harry Sewell.
100.
Born on the island in 1807
Ian require
until emigrating to New
164.
Zealand at the age of 45. Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls was raised on
41.
the Isle of Wight. Some famous people have lived on the Isle of Wight, including the likes of Benedict Cumberbatch.
100. Keegan, you require 123.
Queen Victoria famously lived at Osborne House in East Cowes. And talking about a famous resident of the Isle of Wight doing good
98.
things, Keegan Brown couldn't quite
Johnny
find the
require
1, 2,
81.
3.
$63. Keegan, you require 25.
So 88 for Keegan for 3-1. Oh,
9.
does not go.
Tony, you require 18.
So for 2-2. 2
And
nines are
on the
found.
fourth leg, Tony Sorensen.
Interestingly, Alan Titchmarsh lives on the Isle of
Fifth
Wight.
leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. $140.
He's getting a little frustrated, isn't he? Because he
100.
just tend to struggle with passing that dart into the grip.
$41.
When he gets it right, he gets it so well, doesn't he, Keegan Brown?
120.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, what sort of danger he's going to pose to getting through to Saturday night. Somewhere I believe he's not been before, but this Group C's open.
60.
Well, something just dropped there for Tony. Well, I just wonder as well how many people are going to make the trip over from the Isle of Wight, taking the hovercraft or the ferry, whichever means of transportation
100.
possible to make it to Portsmouth. But there's been times where he's found himself in choppy waters in this Group A as Keegan Brown,
60.
but is looking to ride that particular storm. And there's 6 darts here from 181 to
100.
move himself 3-2 to the good, and he then have the darts in the next to see this contest home.
100. Keegan, you require 81.
Bullseye.
56. Tony, you require 100.
So Tony Sorensen now looking at a ton to move himself 3-2 to the good. Not to be
80.
on this
Keegan
particular
requires 25.
occasion. And so Keegan is returning back
Game
for
shot on the
double
fifth
eight
leg.
to get the
Keegan
break
Brown.
and to move 3-2 up in this particular match.
Sixth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
And so Keegan has the darts now to complete a 4-2 victory which would put him on
6.
to 8 points. And put him up to 5th.
Every position means more pennies in the pocket.
41.
That's what the players ultimately want from this. They want to be earning as much as they possibly can, which means higher positions in the league table.
57. $24. 57. 85. 140.
Well, that 140 now very much puts Keegan on the cusp of a 4-2 victory.
60. 85. 60. Keegan in for 102.
So 102 for Keegan to complete a 4-2 victory. He's going to get a dart at double 16. Well, that is a bit more like it from the Needle,
Keegan
who is
Brown.
just beginning to hit his straps. It's been a little bit patchy at times for Keegan Brown so far this week, but there was moments and glimmers, that was for sure. Coming up after the break, we are going to be watching Andreas Harrison take on Steve West.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Steve West and Andreas Harrison get the final round of fixtures underway on this Wednesday afternoon. These two will be playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night respectively. So these two got a couple more duels against one another.
First
till
leg
we
is
get
Andreas to
to
throw first.
Saturday
Game.
night's flighting here at the Modus Super Series.
$140. $100.
We are going to have to play each other a few more
43.
times, aren't they, this week? But I think they've both shown enough signs to suggest that they'll still really fancy their chances of navigating a way through to Saturday
100.
night. Especially with a couple of question marks hanging over some of the players that are coming into the Group B campaign.
140.
Yeah, saw Kevin Painter here a few weeks ago for the Seniors Champion of Champions. Kevin Edwards, we haven't seen for quite a while. Tommy Nishman's had a good year on the circuit, particularly on the Challenge Tour.
100. Steve, you're 161.
Steve is left 161 after just 9 darts. He isn't going to hit Harrison where it hurts. And so the
129.
Swede
78.
looking at 78 to take out this opening leg. Is having a look at double 12. Gets the double
Game
12
shot in the
and
first
gets
leg.
the opening leg
Andreas
on
Harrison.
the board. 1-0 to Andreas
Second leg
Harrison.
is Steve to throw first. Game on. $57. $95. $100. $85. $60. $140.
Well, Andreas
45.
really beginning to take the bull by the horns in this particular contest.
90.
90 leaves him on 91 to open up a 2-0 lead in this game.
69. Grocery for 191.
Well, a couple of 25s leaves Steve on the big fish. But is he going to get a look in at it?
51.
Yes, he is.
Steve
To
Maguire 107.
level this game up at one apiece. Another one of them. Leaves the bull's eye.
Oh,
that would have been fan-dabby-dozy fishy.
40.
It's been dropping a few a bit low, hasn't he, Steve West? That's been his problem today. Just looping the throw rather than throwing it completely out.
Game
and
shot on the second
that
leg.
is a fantastic
Andreas
dart there
Harrison.
from Andreas Harrison. The first two, it's on the top wide, just blocking things up.
Third leg is Andreas to throw first. Game.
That, it's a very cheeky grin, isn't it, in the direction of Westy.
Yeah, these two are good pals.
180.
But I don't think Steve West is the biggest fan of Andreas Harrison at the minute.
26.
Now, Andreas will head down here to the 19s. Will look to fill up another 3, unable to do so.
99.
This is what Andreas Harrison will be wanting as well, to leave with a bit of a bang. The danger for Steve West is he's not really performed today, which can sometimes lag over.
26.
Andres Harrison, an opportunity here to leave with a bit of a bang, leave with a statement. Remind everyone of the quality of which he possesses and remind everyone that he's a
95.
very likely person for getting himself through to Saturday night. But he's just getting a little bit wayward,
45.
a little bit frustrated from Steve
Andres
West.
require 127.
After 9 darts, West is still in the 400s. When have you ever seen that before?
55.
Yeah, this is just not happening, and you almost get the sense that Steve, if you could offer him, let's just go again tomorrow, I think he would snap your hand off for it at
60.
this
Andres
present
require
moment.
72.
It is just not happening, and Andreas is just picking the pieces up. Oh, he's missed the big number. But luckily for him, he
32.
can go and sit down, read the newspaper, come back, and still have the opportunity to win this leg.
85. Andres require
Does anyone
40.
read newspapers still nowadays?
Occasionally I do.
Game shot on the
Harrison
third
feeling
leg.
up.
Andreas Harrison.
Probably doesn't surprise you, does it?
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
You probably went there for work experience, knowing you.
Well, I certainly didn't go to a car garage like Will from the In-Betweeners. Apparently, people keep saying that I'm like Will
100.
from the In-Betweeners. I just don't get it.
One 100. $180.
Well, this just goes to show the randomness of the game of Steve West today, doesn't it? The last leg,
95.
left back on 259. Now finding perfection. And finding perfection, make it look easy.
140.
And this is how darts can be played with an air of conspicuousness.
96.
West looking at
Steve
81.
require 81.
Put it this way, in the previous leg, he was still in the 400s, could win the leg in 4 visits. Doesn't have to go for the ball. He will,
56.
but hits the 25.
$140. Steve require 25.
West, double 12.
Game shot on the fourth
On
leg.
the
Steve
board.
West.
Back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $85. $100.
Oh, looking good for filling it up here, Andreas Harrison.
140.
Good performance here. Just shy of 100 average here for Andreas. 98. Steve West starting to climb. Finds his second maximum
180.
of the game. At one point, it looked like Steve was resigning himself to
96.
the fact of a heavy defeat here, but starting to battle hard. That's inviting for more.
100.
And all of a sudden, it looks like this game is heading back to 3-2. Unless Harrison has something
80.
to say about it.
Steve,
80
you
leaves
require
himself on a ton.
121.
But West has left the Harrison finish. The Harrison finish.
89.
Oh, he decided to leave it.
Andreas, you require
Decided
100.
to set up for 32. This to win it. Double top.
68.
Well, that
Steve,
was
you
a
require
4 left,
32.
wasn't it, into the single 5.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Steve West just keeps ticking along. A 13 darter back to
Sixth leg, it's Steve to
3-2.
throw first. Game on.
And even Andreas Harrison can bear a smile on his face. This is going all the way, Matt.
100.
Yeah, Steve West now averaging over 90.
140.
He was very low in the 70s not long ago. This is a massive turnaround.
43. 43. 180.
Character, quality from Steve West. He may not be feeling positive about how the day's gone, but he could be feeling
100.
positive about how it ends. Just found something, hasn't he? Look at him go.
138.
And this is how silly this sport can be at times. Something that a couple of legs ago looked so difficult has now just come to him so simply.
58,
Simply Steve West.
140.
I said jokingly this is probably going to go all the way to a last leg decider.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Well, this
Steve
is no
West.
laughing matter for Steve West. From 3-0 behind, he is
Seventh and
forced
final leg. It's
this
Andreas
game to
to
go
take
the
first.
distance. And at 3-0
Game
down,
on.
if we're going to be perfectly honest, there was no expectation this game was going to go all the way. But all of a sudden, Andreas Harrison has clicked back into
140.
gear once more. The lead's been whittled away, and suddenly he's awaking from his slumber. Stephen, he cries.
66.
Saves it with the last. Imagine if he was to have 3 poor legs to go 3-0 down, reel it back, and then lose it 4-3, not performing in the last leg. That
100.
would be the ultimate frustration for Steve West.
It'd almost be a waste of time. But one thing we'll get from Steve is he'll
100.
keep the glass half full going into tomorrow's action. And Group B gets underway from 10 o'clock.
40.
Beginning to close in this contest.
125.
And we've got quite the crescendo on our hands. Harrison 2-2-1 plays the 2-10 of West. Harrison
100.
picking apart the solitary treble to leave himself on the finish that he's made his own. But Steve finding big stuff
126.
and finding himself just
Andreas with
narrowly in front in terms
121.
of the scoring stakes. But Harrison first poke on the 121. Treble 17. Gets it. Bullseye for the win. Bullseye for the win. And where have we seen that before?
Andreas Harrison.
Once upon a time, it was Cam Crabtree that was hit by that finish. And now it's Steve West that has been hoisted by the Harrison petard. And I tell you what, that was some contest in the end, wasn't it? It took a while for Steve West to get going, but he provided some really good stuff. Andreas Harrison wins it by 4 legs to 3. And we go into our 14th game between Keegan Brown and Derek Coulson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
We've got 2 more games to go on this afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series, and we kick off with a meeting between Derek Coulson and Keegan Brown. Derek looking to make it 14 wins out of 15 in this group, up against Keegan, who is looking to avoid bottom position, and he would avoid bottom position if he was to win this game. He would stop Tony Sorensen from finishing in bottom place, as I tap myself with my pen again. What about this one, Matt?
Well, they'll be hoping that this game happens again. Well, certainly Keegan Brown will be, because if this game happens again after today, it means it's going to be on Saturday night, where Keegan Brown would have successfully navigated his way through a Group C campaign, because Derek Coulson's fate is already decided. We know where he is going. He has got the direct ticket straight through to Saturday night. Derek Coulson, family and friends, you can book your tickets. He is there.
First leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
For Keegan Brown, it's going to be another 10 fixtures. 5 tomorrow, 5 on Friday, for which he's going to need to win most likely
97.
7 of them in what is going to be quite a competitive field.
$60. $140. $101. $94.
Ooh, interesting. Cheeky from Keegan Brown. He's deliberately left the 170 finish.
60. Keegan, you require 170.
I think that's the vibe or the expectation of what we might see in this game.
$96. Keegan, you require 110. $78.
So for the opening leg, Double 16 for Keegan.
140. Keegan required 32. Game shot the
No
first leg.
mistake.
Keegan
16
Brown.
data found with double 16.
Second
for
leg, it's
Keegs.
Derek to throw first. Game on.
Looking to join the list of commentators to won a week here, Matt, because Devon Peterson's 1-1, Chris Mason's 1-1.
100.
That's where the list ends. Jared Cole's won a week, but
93.
he won't sit up here in the commentary gantry. He said to me that he couldn't think of anything worse than spending his days sat next to me. So, you know,
60.
so be it.
Yeah,
He told me in my ear, very accurate. So, yes.
I can see where he's coming from as well.
96. $100. $59. $140.
So, Coulson leads himself on 101 to level this
99.
game
Derek,
up
you
at
require 101.
one apiece. Brown leaving himself on 154 to double his advantage, but double 14 needed, not to be this time.
69. Kicking number 154. $54. Derek, you require 30.
So to square this game up, double 16.
Game shot on the
Well,
second
Keegan Brown
leg.
won
Derek
the first
Coulson.
leg with a 16 dart on double 16, and Derek Coulson
Third leg,
has
it's
done
Keegan to throw
likewise.
first. Game on.
1-1.
$135.
Looking a little bit more fluent at the moment, is he, Keegan Brown, which is good to see. Interesting signs ahead of Thursday and Friday's play.
40.
It's going to be interesting to make some predictions as well when we come to picking our potential qualifiers.
Who do you fancy the look of? Well, Keegan's got walkies. He dropped the dart that fight, nearly hit the ref. And he still managed to hit the max. And Derek Coulson's managed to find the lighter side of it.
$96. $81.
Seems to be a little bit quicker here, doesn't he, Derek Coulson?
97. Kicking in require 105.
Just injected a bit more pace into the game, hasn't he?
Something he said on Monday he felt he was doing, and it wasn't working out for him on that occasion.
85.
It's not working out for him here either. Keegan Brown, a little bit of time at the back end of leg 3.
$95. Kicking required 20.
Well, we've seen a couple of 16 darters. We're going to
Games on
improve
the
by a
third leg.
visit.
Keegan Brown.
13 darter for Keegan Brown to put himself 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on. $57. $13.
That not so good. 13 data, followed by a score of 13.
140. 100.
Who'd you like the look of getting out of Group C and B on Thursday and Friday, Mathieu?
60.
Scott Baker is an interesting player for me. Good quality player. Nice pace about him. He's going to be dangerous.
100. 58.
Why does this feel like another one of them nip and tuck games?
Yeah, you wouldn't have expected this to be a 50-50 game,
100.
but such a way that Derek Coulson's been playing and the fact that he could be joining that list of near perfection.
Yeah, no one's done the 15
42.
from 15 in a Group A, even in this format, not even in the Southampton format, in ye oldie livey leaguey.
64.
Match number 4 on Monday was the one which Derek Coulson lost. 4-1 defeat to Andreas Harrison, despite averaging 94.29. Certainly give it a fair go.
100. Keegan,
Is
require
Keegan going to give this 1-2-4 a fair go? 18. Would have given him a dart at the ball, so Coulson to level up at 2-2. Look at a 44.
56. Derek, you're requiring 44.
A rare miss on the big numbers here for Coulson.
28.
Doesn't mop it
Keegan, you're
up.
requiring
This is a
68.
chance for Keegan Brown. 68 for a breaker throw. For a bit of a cushion on the scoreboard. Put himself a leg away from victory.
Game
He
shot on the
finds it
fourth
nicely
leg.
there. Keegan Brown will have the
Keegan
throw in
Brown.
2 of the last 3 legs as well if he needs them. He's just become a
If it's
strong
Keegan to throw
favourite
first,
here
Game on.
to pick up what would be a rare victory for Keegan.
Well, well, well. Who saw this in the script? And of course, a win for
48.
Keegan would mean he'd be guaranteed 5th place. And I mean, all the placings would have been guaranteed.
He lost 6
140.
games in a row, did Keegan Brown. Lost his last 3 games of yesterday, Harrison, Weston, Worsley. Lost his first 3 today, Harrison, Weston, Worsley.
68.
Victory in his last against Sorensen. He could end with a bit of a bang here, just to reinstall a little bit of confidence growing into his Group C campaign.
Yeah, man that's climbed to the
140.
World Youth Championship title in his career, has made quarterfinals in some of the biggest stages in the sport, including the World Match Play.
50.
But it looks like he's going to have to bide his time in this match. He was made to serve it out, and Coulson's going to break back and return this game to throw. And then you'd have to say
43.
that DC would be favourite to make it 3-3. And where have we said that before today?
$58. $81. $57. Derek, you require 97.
So 97 to save this match. He's going to do the
57.
next best prize, and he's going to leave himself double top to bring it back to 3-2, to then have the darts and to
97.
put us in a position where we
require
could have
40.
a last leg decider on our hands. But first things first, double top.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
double
Derek
top is
Coulson.
pinned, and we go back to 3-2. And Coulson now
Sixth leg
has
is
the
Derek to throw
darts
first.
in
Game
his hand to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
on. 97. $60. $82.
I can give you an exclusive when it comes to the England team for the international pairs, because much to what Glenn Durrant's saying on Twitter, it is not him.
They
actually wanna win a game.
180.
Maxi for Keegan.
$140. $97.
Well, he leaves himself on 164 here, Keegan, to complete a 4-2 win.
140. Keegan
I'll
over
tell you what,
164.
he's going to be under pressure. Coulson comes back for 42, but is he going to even get a look at it? Bullseye! Not too far
139.
away, and that would have been some way
Derek,
to
you
have sealed a
require
group which
42.
really hasn't gone to plan for Keegan. Coulson 42 for a level match. Coulson 42 to take us all the way. Coulson
on the
keeps
sixth
his
leg.
cool and
Derek
takes the
Coulson.
42 to take us all the way. A
7 from
respectful,
final leg, it's
gentlemanly
Keegan to throw
handshake
first.
between the pair
Game on.
before we get the final leg started. Keegan Brown had raced into a lead in this game. He was 3-1 in front. Coulson then pegged back to take
85.
us all the way. And now it is a case, Matthew Edgar, of who blinks first.
100. $60.
And I think that's been the concern, hasn't it? Keegan Brown just not keeping the pace. Starting games well, but maybe just not being able to
60.
play it for the entirety of the game, which makes a Group C campaign a bit of a concern moving forward. Maybe the Group B with the lighter schedule would have suited Keegan right now. But he's still going to be hungry to
85.
make his way through to his very first Saturday night here at the Super Series.
$84. $129. $100. Keegan, you require 142.
So 142 for Keegan to complete a 4-3 victory. Can't be done now.
95.
Beautifully though.
Derek, you require 157.
We've seen him take these sorts of shots before. Not on this occasion. Keegan Brown has got a chance to pick up.
100.
An
Keegan, you
unexpected
require
victory.
47.
Yeah, kind of against the tide somewhat, and it would mean that Derek will not be in the 28-point club. Keegan Brown seals a 4-3 victory against Derek Coulson, and that means that DC isn't going to end the group with 28 points to his name. Keegan Brown ends his week on a high. We're going to take a break, and when we return, the last game of the group is between John Worsley and Tony Sorensen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. I'm joined alongside Derek Coulton, the winner of Group A. First of all, many congratulations, Derek. The work was kind of done early this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I put myself under a little bit of pressure, but I just had to grind those out. It was all about winning. I wasn't thinking about how well I played, just get the wins.
Was it all about that first game against Andreas? You feel like once you won that, kind of broke the back of it?
Massive. Game was huge, and 3-1 down, I was like, oh, what are you doing? But managed to turn it around, and then, I could relax a bit more then.
What do you do to kind of dig it out? Because not just did you win that game, but it felt like you kind of stepped up in class a little bit.
I just, sometimes the arm gets a little bit tight. It's not nerves, it's just a little bit tight. And I just managed, when I was 3-1 down, I was like, just relax. And then the darts started to go. 26
points for yourself in terms of a Group A campaign. Has that felt as dominant as you've had so far?
Yeah. I felt good the last 2 days. The first day was a struggle. I was lucky in the first day. No disputing that. But that was always going to be tough. There's some very, very good players in there. So to come out with 26 points, I'm over the moon.
So let's look ahead. Now, you're a man who's made a regular habit of successful Saturdays. Is it becoming just a regular habit for you now? Do you feel like you're just becoming more accustomed to the thick end of things?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Saturday now. I absolutely love it. So I just can't wait to be there now. So when I started this week, I was thinking, Group A. If I don't win it, Group B or Group C. But my target is Saturday. Enjoy it.
It's been an interesting journey for yourself, because I remember the first time that you came here, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, I didn't know too much about yourself. You acquitted yourself well. You didn't quite make it through to the Saturday, and then you get another shot, then you win the first week, and then you come back for more and more and more. What's the journey been like for yourself here at the Super Series?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The first week, I was lucky to be here. I think I got an invite, and I tried to make the most of it and just failed. But when I got the second invite, I was thinking this is a great opportunity because it's amazing down here. And then when I won the week, then got to the Champions Saturday, I was like, I love this. And it's just like an addiction. So every time I come here, I just try and improve every time I play.
And then you've been back, and then you've been back since. You don't fail to qualify for Champions Nights here at the Super Series.
Not so far, no. A little bit of luck along the way, but not so far. So Saturday's going to be tough. I'll get my head down and maybe a bit of practice, but relax in between and hopefully come out firing on Saturday.
And is that going to be the key now, just relaxing for a few days? You're just going to take it easy in and around here? Or
Yeah, exactly that. I'm just going to chill out for a couple of days with no stress.
Right, do you fancy trying a little bit of commentary?
Go on then.
Right, Words is on 85. Try and talk us through this.
84. Johnny require 85.
Well, he's good on top, so he'll probably go 45. Or 2,
That route.
83. Yeah, double 16. He'll get this. He'll ping this.
Yeah. Game Sean.
Yeah, he's a solid player. John's such a solid player, and he throws such a straight dart. It was unusual to see him hit the 2. But when he's got a shot, he is a very dangerous player.
You got anything to do tomorrow and Friday? Do you fancy taking my job?
Well, it depends how much it pays, Henry.
100.
I'll tell you in a second. Right, Derek, thank you very much, many congratulations on winning Group A. We're going to hand over to Matt for the rest of the game.
Cheers.
So that was Derek Coulson, the winner of Group A. He's got his pass straight through to Saturday night. He's there. We've got 5 more spaces still to be decided. That will be decided over Thursday and Friday. Group C and Group B action starting 1 o'clock in the afternoon for Group C. Group B will be coming 10 p.m. Lots still to be decided. 11 players vying for 5 further positions. It's been a good week for Derek Coulson. 26 points. He's now off to chill out and enjoy a couple of days off here in Portsmouth. Getting himself ready for another opportunity.
45.
Picking up the £5,000 weekly prize and the golden ticket. The direct passage to Champions Week, and there's not many of those left. This is week number 9. We have 3 more tickets left, and then the lineup
60
for Champions Week. Event number 2 of 2025 will be completed. But Derek Coulson there said he just looks to improve every time he comes here to the Super Series, and one thing for sure is Tony Sorensen has improved in his experience here at the Super Series so far. He has got better day upon day.
100.
And he's got some big wins. Today beating Steve West. Good win for Tony Sorensen yesterday. Beating Andreas Harrison. 4-2 with a
45.
96
John, you
average in
require
that one.
138.
And a 4-3 victory over John Worsley. That came on Monday. Both of the games that Sorensen has played, at the end of the day, he has won.
Game shot in the second leg. John Worsley.
John Worsley has different ideas
Third leg,
here.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
This is a great performance from Worsley. Just heard from Derek Colson say he throws a
98.
very good straight dart. Well, it's a very good straight average. Exactly 100. 100.00. Probably won't keep that going here.
55.
But this is the third time the pair have met. They will meet at least 2 more times this week.
180.
Because their destiny decided very early in this Group A campaign. Both in the bottom half of the table. John Worsley, safe and secure in position number 4. For Sorensen, he's safe and secure at the bottom of the table. There will be no movement in the table, regardless of the result here. The destiny is decided, which means players already know the prize funds of which they will be allocated. We are now playing for a bit of professional pride. You can find that
43.
you
Tony, you've
often
got
get some really good
138.
games at this point of the day because the players are very settled and relaxed with proceedings
58.
with regard to the external factors. Sorensen unable to find the 138 finish to join the John Worsley club.
$100. Tony, require 80.
Bonus.
70.
Able to cash it in, giving Worsley an opportunity for his second tumpless checkout of the game. He's just took out the 138. He made it look easy. The combination finishes have been superb. 85 in the opening game, which is what he wants now. He only has 2 darts at it, though, rather than the 3. Unable
45.
to correct it.
Tony, required 10.
Giving Sorensen a chance to get that breaker throw immediately back.
Double 5.
No score.
Not to be, and so Worsley
John
back for
requires
60 to move 3-0 to the good in this match. And for what would be somewhat of a clean sweep. Well, first up missed at the outer ring in this game. And there's going to be a second,
40.
and there's going to be another opportunity
Tony
presenting
require
itself to
10.
Tony Sorensen. Moves on the inside, and so
8.
Worsley will
John
return.
required
3
20.
more at double 10 to move 3-0 to the good in this game. Now up for double 5.
$15.
Underneath the double 5.
Tony, you require 2.
And so Sorensen returns for double 1 to bring it back to 2-1 and to get the break back.
No score.
Not this time. And
John, you
so
require 5.
for free zip.
No score. Tony, you require
The darts
2.
are starting to add up. That's 27 darts now for Worsley. He went into this leg averaging 100. He's now averaging 78.
Well, they've both bent the wire. The
Game
third one
shot
finds a
on the
way
third
through
leg.
and back to 2-1
Tony
it is.
Sorensen.
Well, I'll tell you what, before I came up into this commentary box, we saw some decent darts. Shall I leave?
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yes, please.
$60.
Just to let you know, Henry, the viewers can't see you pretending to leave. don't think you've worked out how this like,
134.
commentary thing works. He even waved.
60. $54.
Why did they
97.
nearly fall down the stairs? Haven't we had that recently as well?
Steve Beaton did it against Devon, didn't he? Caught the smoke catcher, didn't he? Or whatever you call it, the smoke protector. And
92.
yeah, nearly landed awkwardly.
$45.
Trying to think, is anybody else kind of... Oh, yes, Danny Van Tripe. Danny Van Tripe, or as he was known during the International Pairs Week as Danny Van Trip.
83.
He's the player that probably needs the most bubble wrap in this building. If he was a delivery off
81.
Amazon, you'd have to put fragile
Johnny
on the
Rockmore,
box.
138.
He's taken this out already. Won't make it a double up. If he was to take out two 138 finishes in the same match, would
100.
that make that the best
Johnny
138 finish you've ever seen?
158.
Could get a T-shirt for it. 158.
98. Johnny Rockmore,
Back for double
38.
19 to break it open up a 3-1 lead. In fact, I think that's the 5th time Danny Van Trite's been mentioned today. He's not even playing.
22. Johnny Rockmore, 60.
Double top.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Tony Sorensen.
Of course, it had to be 2-2. It's just the way that this group is.
John to throw first. Game on. $81. $100.
Well, that means that we haven't had a 4-0 scoreline at all today. The closer we came to it was the opening match, a 4-1 win for
140.
John Worsley against Keegan Brown.
I'm not surprised. It's a really well put together, evenly matched group.
85.
I think we've got a couple more like that later on in the week, which is why it's very lucky that we're both together on Thursday and Friday for Group C and B.
140.
I wouldn't have used the word lucky.
$100. Johnny Rock, 140.
Another. I would have left double 10.
100.
Well, all of a sudden, things are just suddenly flicked again for Worsley because Tops has been left after 12, and after a couple of legs worth of
100.
slumber,
Johnny Rock, 140.
he is just awoken once more. Double top.
Game shot on the
13
fifth leg.
darts, a
John
3-2.
Worsley.
And all of a sudden, it is all come
Six
back
leggers,
to the
Tony throw
Womble.
first. Game on. $100.
Well, whilst we have a couple of minutes, Matt, let's just run the rule through the Group A. We heard from Derek Coulson at the beginning of this contest about his exploits. First of all, what did you make of his interview?
Very honest, very open,
100.
very insightful, and his assessment of his performance is exactly the same as what mine would be.
100.
The rightful winner of Group A. I mean, once he got the better of Andreas Harrison, it was kind of a case of when it was going to happen rather than if, and there was never really any dramas, was there?
I think this has been a completely drama-free group, to be honest. We've known pretty much all the way through. When you look at when the results sort of start coming in, we've known from the mid part of Monday where the positions are. No one's really moved. I think the only thing that's moved is Derek Colson taking over from Andreas Harrison, because Andreas Harrison was top going into day number 2. Other than that, everything's pretty much as is.
Well, we're going to have a slight pause in play. Well, the day started with a delay, and it looks like it's going to end with a delay. It's been one of them days here at the Super Series. But it gives us a bit of time to talk about what else has happened. What have you made of Andreas Harrison in this group?
Surprisingly, a little bit erratic at times. Normally, extremely consistent, but just lost his way a little bit at times. No doubt we'll see him on Saturday.
And then in terms of the Group B race, that was pretty much wrapped up. Again, a bit like the race to win the group. That was kind of done after the end of the first round, really, wasn't it?
I think it was done after Monday, really. The Group B, Group C conversation. There's been a clear divide. We noticed the divide was coming after about 3 rounds of fixtures. And it's pretty much been there the whole way through the group.
Well, there's been a slight delay, slight pause and stoppage in play. Both players patiently waiting at the back of the stage to receive further instruction by the referee, where
Tony, you require
we are now back underway. And, well, this is the awkward moment for Tony, because he's waited around a couple of minutes and now straight back in, looking at a 161 checkout. He's not going to get it, and so in very quick time, Worsley could wrap it up. He also looking at 161.
Johnny require 161.
To complete a 4-2 victory. Down we go for Double 17 to leave himself in the best possible position, but it looks like,
55.
One intents and purposes, we're going to be heading all the way to a last leg decider. Sorensen looking at 61, 25 to leave double 18. Now across for double 9.
52. Johnny require 106.
Worsley looking at 106 to win this game. Triple 17 for the bull. Cannot get, and so Sorensen will return to
82.
take us all the way to a last leg
9.
decider. 2 4s. Now down for double 2.
7.
Doesn't get it, and so John
Johnny require
Worsley
24.
double 12 for a 4-2 victory, and to end his group with a win. And he's going to try and do it the flashy way. Double 5 for double 7.
10. Tony require 2.
Well, it's like it's never ending.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
We're going to get one more
Tony
leg,
Sorensen.
folks. It's been a
7 from
blockbuster
final
marathon
against
day
Johnson
here at the
Trophy.
Modus Super Series, and
Game
it's going to
on.
see us go all the way to leg number 7. Is it going to be the Womble that waltzes free, or is it going to be the Tiger that takes home the cream?
81.
Well, we are getting towards the point where as soon as Tony gets back to his accommodation, when he gets greeted with some food, it's going to be the Tiger that came for tea.
Again, just for reference, Henry, no one can see you. Look at your pretend watch. You're not even wearing a watch.
58.
I've never worn a watch in my life. It's just not my thing.
Very erratic game, this one, isn't
43.
it?
It's just very in and out, isn't it?
John Worsley at one point looked like he was going to win it 4-0. But as we mentioned earlier, Tony Sorensen has never lost his last fixture of the
98.
day. He's won them both. One against Worsley 1 against Harrison.
60.
Reminder that there's plenty of other bonus content on
60.
Pluto TV once we're done, including Tungsten Talks, Breaks a Throw, and
60.
plenty of other fun stuff aside. And if you do fancy some more full session darts, there'll be a replay of Women's Week 4 from 8:45 tonight, heading into the early hours of the morning, before we then have a Tungsten Talk with Owen Binks.
60. John number 119.
So Worsley, 119 to win this game for free. Treble 20 would have left double top. Not to be on this particular occasion.
39.
And that's, well, I'd say ill-opportune time for a bouncer, but if you're going to be given any time to have one of them, then may well be there.
$140. John number 80.
So then for 4-3 victory, John Worsley looks at double top.
40. Tony, you require 78.
To keep the run going. To keep the streak alive.
Game shot.
Tony
and the
Sorensen
match.
with a 4-3
Tony
victory
Sorensen.
against John Worsley in the final game of this Group A. For Tony, he's going to finish on 8 points at the bottom of the table. John Worsley's going to finish in 4th. So this is the stats from this game. We'll have a very quick glance over them. 4-3 win for Tony Sorensen. That's how that game went. And in terms of the table in this group, well, that was kind of sorted very quickly, wasn't it? Derek Coulson winning Group A, 26 points to his name, 4 clear in the end of Andreas Harrison on 22 points. And there's a big chasm between him and Steve West on 14. They're the two players in Group B. John Worsley, Keegan Brown on 10 points. Tony Sorensen at the bottom of the table. They'll be playing in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Confirmation of who they're going to be joining in Group B: Kevin Edwards, Kevin Paynton and Tommy Lishman. Group C, Robbie Long, Scott Baker and Barry Copeland. So that's what we've got to look forward to on Thursday and Friday. And this is what's coming up across Pluto TV. Next up, it's the premiere of the Tungsten Talk with Scott Campbell. Double session tomorrow, and it builds up to finals night on Saturday evening. For myself and Matthew Edgar, thank you so much for your company. It's Derek Coulson who won Group A. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And that was it! We've got a brilliant solitaire of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Velzen! 54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!